Joining you in the booth today, myself, Charlie Reed, and the amazing James Atkin. Welcome back to the booth, James.
Hey, thanks, Charlie. Good to be back. Looking forward to an evening of some high-stakes action.
Yeah, so in the last few episodes, James, we've seen some nothing short of fantastic cash game poker. Today, it's the same again, but double as big. Players at the table today agreeing to make the game 10, 25, 50. Today is going to be huge, James.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested to see how the higher stakes play out. We've got a bunch of new players to me on the commentary here. So interested also to see how they play. And Carl, back from last week, we saw him crushing for a majority of the time. It did kind of go wrong in one hand for him towards the end, but be interesting again to see how he gets on at this table and how the players adapt to him.
So everybody excited to see how each of the players on today's 10, 25, 50 get on today. We are still waiting for a few players to show. Currently playing 5-hand at the minute. There's Jon McCann there, the UKPT reg, fancying his chances at the 10, 25, 50 at dusk till dawn. We'll be very interested to see how he gets on today. And welcome to the stream, Mr. McCann. Pocket aces, how's that for you?
Wow, first hand pocket aces. That's the dream start, as it were.
So straight away, Taffy getting put to the sword here with his pair of nines. Jon's coming in with the 3-bet with the best hand in poker. Potential heartbreak coming early doors here for Taffy, James.
Yeah, absolutely nothing he can do here other than defend against this 3-bet, although he is out of position. And those 2 overcards, though, are not really what he wanted to see. Jon, of course, happy to see that here with the aces, holding also the ace of hearts. And Taffy, though, not going to just let this go on the flop.
Yeah, very interesting to see Taffy continuing here, James. He's obviously hoping that Jon's got a hand like ace-king. Jon being very greedy with his flop size, and now the 10 comes, and this is going to worry Taffy shortly. Surely. And
yeah, just pick up some outs. Although obviously the king would not be any good for him. Yeah, it's not going to be Jon's favourite card either. Still with the aces though, and he's going to go for some more value. A few more hands beating him now, and Taffy being quite stubborn on this one. And just peel off another card. We're going to go to the river. And that's a pretty big brick. And Taffy now left with effectively just 4th pair on the board.
Jon just counting out his stack here, James, deciding what bet to elect for. He's going to go for 3 streets here with his pocket aces.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, the board hasn't, it's developed in a way that he would probably expect to have seen some further aggression from Taffy if he was beat. I mean, if Taffy can find some kind of bluff here, it's going to be pretty hard to continue with aces, although he would be getting a very good price. So I'm not sure if that's really going through the mind of Taffy here. I'm not sure what he could represent here on the river, but the fact that he hasn't folded straight away just makes me wonder if that is something that he is considering.
Yeah, Taffy instantly in disbelief here, James. It's whether he thinks Jon's going to take a hand like ace-5 suited to potentially battle 3 streets, but really not the best bluff catcher here, holding the 9 of hearts in hand as well. That would be a card Taffy would be hoping Jon would have. And Taffy really not wanting to let go of his pair of 9s yet, and Jon could be about to scoop a pretty sizable pot here, hand 1 of the night for his first stream game here at DTD. Does Taffy find a way out?
There's so many value bets that Jon can have here from 3-betting free. Realistically, he's only beating sort of maybe an ace high hand that's going bananas, like ace 9, which he obviously blocked. Something like maybe ace 7 of hearts. I guess king, some king X of hearts maybe. So there are a few hands, but he's just blocked most of them.
And look at this, Jon gets a huge pot just to start the game. Taffy in disbelief. And there's not much more to say about that, James. When you don't believe someone, sometimes you've got to just call. And there you go, Jon McCann taking it down, hand 1 of the night.
Yeah, and maybe that's it. The fact that it was the very first hand, he just didn't want to let himself be run over there, and finding the hero call. But his opponent did in fact have that big overpair.
And there you go, a chance to look at tonight's chip counts. Carl Shaw buying him for 10k, Jon now up to 8.3 after winning the first one, and the other players at the table playing around a 5k stack. So nobody messing about by any means today. The 50 straddle is mandatory, we believe, so it's going to be 100 big blinds as the minimum stack. And today, James, we've got potential to see a very, very huge cash game. Last week we had somewhere in the realm of 45,000 on the table. Of course, that's when the players were only mostly playing a 25 straddle. With the 50 implemented, this game could really, really be huge.
Yes, we could see some very big pots. I would imagine a high chance that you will see the biggest pot that we have to date on this stream at some point in the evening, especially as stacks tend to get deeper as players reload. And that was a pretty big pot straight off the bat there. Taffy, making a marginal call kind of on each street as it happened, and didn't quite go as he was intending, but it'll be interesting to see if he can fight back in the early phases of this game.
Well, Jon McCann, James, certainly a player happy to give action. He's definitely got something to prove, though. He just showed up on the DTD stream. He's only played aces so far, James.
Yes. Yeah, that's not going to give players too much of an idea what kind of range he's playing. But yeah, he'll just be happy to start the stream on such a good note, and nice 3 streets of value there. Not electing to take a conservative check back at any point, and work to his advantage.
So once again, everybody, thank you very much for joining us again on episode 5 of the DTD Cash Game Series. Just a quick chance to fill everybody in what's going on at DTD over the next couple of weeks. This week we have the return of the APAT, the Amateur Association Poker Tour, back at Dusk Till Dawn this week with its series of tournaments, and of course the club will be offering its cash games as well. Whether you're looking to play 1-1, 1-2, 2-5, 5-10, you name it. All of the players wanting to play in cash games, get yourself over to Ryan Brodsky and we can get the table open for you. And if you're a tournament player, all of the APAT events on this week as well. And guess what, if that's not enough for you, WPT 500 returns next week. £560, 500k guarantee main event. Anybody looking for any sort of reason to come and attend Dusk Till Dawn over the next couple of weeks, that is more than enough to get yourself on the Nottingham poker scene. And straight back into it, 10, 25, 50, no limit hold'em cash game. Here's Kevin Brown joining us again, the Big Daddy. Had lots of fun over the last few weeks in this stream. We've seen lots of positive play from Kevin. Definitely established himself on these stream games. Happy to see him in today's lineup. Taffy we've seen before, Carl Shaw's back for more. Jon McCann's first appearance on the DTD stream. John Whetton as well, happily sat there with 8k. All of these players not shy to get in the mix. Really, really excited to see the action unfold tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, and the big dog there taking a nice little stab with no diamond on a 4 diamond board. He was a big winner last week. He's got a very good game and a nice early pot for him.
And let's take a quick moment to just address our chat box today, James. Really, really nice to have some of our loyal viewers back in the chat again. So welcome to Ralph. Ralph says, we want Ethan. Mr. Foreman will not be present in today's game, but definitely did establish some of his skills in the last session. Really had a nice session, did Ethan Foreman. Hopefully we see some more of him again one day. Monkey Magic says, need to get Rob Young in on these games. Rob is an international brand. Of course, Rob is very much a legend of DTD, but we're not too sure how big these cash games are going to get. It might take, you know, quite some firepower to interest Mr. Young on our stream, but would be really nice to see him again one day. And Katie Swift, Swifty, good evening. Very nice of you to join the stream, Miss Swift.
Well, if we keep doubling the stakes here on the stream, I'm sure Rob might get involved at some point. I'm not sure how many times we'd have to do it, but...
Yeah, really nice
and that APAT festival you mentioned, Charlie did start today, is going on in the background as these players are at the table. The main event is underway with day 1A. And there are further day 1s if you are interested in getting involved in that one. Day 1B is tomorrow evening and 2 day 1s on Saturday. A nice 50k guarantee on that one, sure to be a good tournament. We have some 3-way action here. Carl picking up the most interesting hand perhaps with that up and down straight draw. Kevin with middle pair, which is good. He's going to protect that middle pair. And Carl does peel one off with that straight draw. But does brick out on the river. And is left with...
Interesting to note, James, that Carl has started off tonight playing the very top of his range.
Well, absolutely. We did see some interesting hands last week on the stream, which, if you are interested, the highlights are on YouTube. There is a highlights package, I noticed, which was quite good to watch some of the major hands back. And also, of course, the full stream also available. And yeah, absolutely, Carl did mix it up, got involved with some less than premium holdings, shall we say. But yeah, did navigate his way through pretty well until it did go a bit wrong with the 7 deuce offsuit towards the end.
And here we go again, the chat box getting more active. Come and say hello, folks, don't be shy. You want to speak about poker, you want to go off on a tangent, speak about something else. As long as it's not football, as an Evertonian, I do not mind. So let us know what you want to talk about in today's chat. And we've got Leo saying should be some fun pots tonight. Indeed, Leo. Hashtag we love Charlie Reed. Thank you very much. Is that Leo Worthington least we've got there? Or is that a different Leo? Let us know who you are, Leo. Katie says nothing to see here, just supporting all poker and my lovely friend Charlie. Hashtag Team Reed. There you go, Katie. Nice to have you involved again. There's Grosvenor Sponsor Pro and very good friend of mine, Katie Swift. Going to be lots of action on offer tonight, James. So exciting.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we're still just 6-handed. We are expecting Mr. Richard Berridge to arrive in the near future and spice up the game even more. But yeah, based on the last few weeks of action, I'm expecting plenty of entertainment this evening.
And Nick Conlon says, Wet's at the table. Where's Nick today, James? No seat for Nick?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he is. Was he a backup last week? I think maybe he joined later on in the stream. Maybe he is doing the same thing this evening. I don't know.
Interesting to note that we've got no male models at the table today, though, James. Where is Ali Ayub?
I know that is a little bit of disappointment that Eye Candy is not here this evening. No one has gone for the... for the 3-button open shirt look, unfortunately.
Well, we were expecting to see a couple of loose buttons today from Ali. Ali says in the chat, hello everyone, looking forward to this one. Great to be watching from the relative safety of the outer tables today. Great work on the comms as usual, lads. Hashtag Mozart. Thanks very much, Ali. We hope to see you again on stream soon. Hope you enjoy the game from your couch or wherever you are tonight watching, just as much as you do as you are in the seat. And let's get back to the poker as Jon McCann and Carl Shaw, two very much notables at today's table, back and forth, having some war. I expect to see quite an episode from these two tonight, James.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a bit of a defend here with the ace high, ace jack. Plenty of draws out on this board, the queen pairing on the turn. Although Carl just hit that gut shot smack in the face on the river.
And there you go, James. Run like Carl Shaw. He's just got to decide how greedy to be here in the early stages versus Jon McCann. Very, very capable players, both going to war here. And Carl chooses the 150% overbet. And Jon now with nothing but a bluff catcher. Will he decide to hang around in this one, or does he not believe Carl? We could see some more pink chips getting changed direction early doors again. For all of you guys watching at home that don't know already, the pink chips are £100 value. The black chips are 25s, the red chips are 5s, and the players have got some plaques as well, all worth 1,000, I believe. And here we go, straight away, 4-figure pots are underway, and Jon McCann trying to piece together what exactly Carl's trying to tell him here.
Yes, maybe not the best river card for Jon. There were some hands that may have been bluffing the turn that did get there on the river. Jack 8, King Jack come to mind. And just let the Ace Jack of clubs go. Especially facing an overbet, of course, as well. You've got to be a little bit careful against overbets, not getting the best price in those situations, and have to pick your bluff captures carefully.
So Leo Faradoye is in the chat with us, supporting the stream today. Thank you very much, Leo. Katie says, who's in comms with you, Charlie? It's the one, the only James Atkin. Been on here a few times with me, and very much the old school reggae, if you like, James, not to go off on the age tangent once more.
Yes, I'm afraid so. It's there is a bit of disparity in age between the two of us, that is to say the least. Yes, I think I've graduated to the old school. I am actually only 38, but I think that qualifies.
Well, James, a lot of the tournaments these days, they've got the requirements of being 50 or older for the seniors. So I guess you can prepare for that soon, right?
Yeah, that's it. I'll have my walking stick sharpened up and ready. I'm kind of looking forward to getting to those games. I'm assuming that those games are pretty good, right? There's all these guys trying to get into the girls' tournaments. Maybe I can put on a bit of a disguise and get into the seniors. Although perhaps I'm not sure. With 3 kids, I probably don't need too much of a disguise. I might look 50 already. I'm not sure.
Yeah, really, really nice to see some of the familiar names in the chat today. We've got some questions of where is Mitch Johnson, Nottingham Reg. I'm sure Mitch will love to get his hands on a seat in this game. And I believe he's going to be on one of our lineups in the next couple of weeks, so keep yourself peeled if you fancy some Mitch Johnson action.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mitch trying to get on the stream. Absolutely, he's a long time cash game reg in the Dusk Till Dawn area. And Taffy, after that early misstep with 9s, has made a straight in this hand on the river. Puts out a nice 80-90% pot size bet. But Jon is just left here with a pair of 5s, so it's going to be pretty hard to find a call here for Jon, I would imagine. And Taffy does show his cards on this one, letting Jon see that he had the goods.
Katie Swift says, oi, nothing wrong with being slightly older. Here we go. Swifty's in the chat, fishing for the compliments. Fishing for the compliments in the DTD live channel. Welcome, Swifty. Enjoy yourself. We are already enjoying ourselves in the booth here. There's going to be lots of action on today's stream. Let me tell you one thing for sure. Those VPIPs that we can see to the eye right now are going to be much higher in the next couple of hours. All players definitely happy to give action on a DTD stream, as they have done in the first 4 episodes. Anybody looking to catch up on the action in the 5, 10, 25 games we've had to show, get yourself the DTD Live YouTube channel. All of those have been recorded. You can catch up with my commentary, James, some of Andrew as well. He's on there as well. We've got Dusk Till Dawn's very own Simon Trumper. We've got lots and lots of views and perspectives on these cash game streams. And today we decided it would only be better and worthwhile to make it a 10, 25, 50. Really, really excited for this one. James, have you got your seatbelt on for a fun night's action of poker or what?
Yeah, locked and loaded. And yeah, it looks like they've started in the spirit that we would imagine that they will play with for the evening. And just, again, waiting for Richard Berridge. And I'm sure that when he gets involved, that will only increase.
Yeah, really excited to see Richard Berridge on the stream again, James. I actually might close my eyes until he arrives, to be honest.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a legend of the UK scene over the last few years. And we did see some interesting hands from him on the stream a few weeks ago. Saw one hand where he double floated with 6-3 offsuit, if I recall, and got in a river check raise. So yeah, that could certainly be interesting when he gets here. And Carl's in his hand with the 7 deuce off. He's quite capable of such antics himself, although I'm not sure he's going to get too frisky on this board.
Yeah, we've seen in the previous stream, James, Carl definitely happy to give action with the 7 deuce to try and achieve the ultimate brag of poker, bluffing with that hand. However, I'm sure Carl will very much understand that this is not the board texture to be attacking Mark with his cut-off open. But what do I know? Because it looked like he was going for flats, but thank God the heart stopped for a second there. Carl did reach for his cards and get rid of the 7 high. A well-timed fold from Mr. Shaw. Congratulations, sir.
Yes, well, Mark might have got his heart fluttering there as well. It sat there with a full house, and it did look just for a second like he'd gone to the flags. Just about 40k on the table at the moment.
Really is a pleasure to be covering the action again on the DTD Live cash game stream. Really is something to look forward to throughout the week, James, knowing that this is coming on a Thursday night, right?
Absolutely, no, I feel exactly the same. Yes, it's funny how enjoyable it is actually to be involved, and yeah, that just shows you. I'm sure that those involved in poker often can be quite a passionate affair, the game of poker. But yeah, watch it.
me. Can I get a glass of ice as well, please? Thank you. I've got my water here, so a glass of ice is fine. Thank you.
Come on, Kev. You'll never beat Kev. I was going to give you a walk. I was going to.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Can you take this, please? Thank you.
I think you'd have won every hand, Taffy, if you played every hand. If you played every hand, you'd have won most every hand.
When I went to two kings, I had a king win the two kings. I hit the full house. Everyone's not playing.
Could have had all the money already.
Yeah. Just that first angle thing. Well, I should have been believing. I didn't believe. 250. After minutes time.
Revenge mission.
Yeah.
John, what dates you going to Vegas?
About 15th, I think.
From the 15th of June?
Probably, yeah, for about a month. I've not booked it yet, but...
Oh, okay, cool.
What about you?
I'll go from the 12th.
12th, yeah?
Yeah.
Staying for the whole thing?
Yeah, from then, yeah. 5 weeks.
Yeah, yeah. I'll be there about the same time as you then. What are you going to play out there?
Most things, really.
Like mainly at the series, or
Say again.
mainly at the World Series, or are you going to...
Yeah, but like there's some other like big mystery bounties on it, the win and stuff, isn't it? So just go where the value is, really. Have a look on them over there. Like I want to play a lot of World Series events, but if the value isn't like the
Being
mystery
a non-believer
bounty,
and
That's
trying
really
to
good
watch,
ones, isn't it? Like Venetian.
or the Venetian have got like good main event.
Yeah.
let's have some relevant cards here with the Ace of Hearts. Just going to quickly let this one go.
Funny, I've
Does
never
decide
played
to show
I've only
Kevin
ever
as
played
well that
two
he had
PLO
the Ace of
tournaments,
Hearts in hand. Some
in
key
my life.
information there, maybe
in Monte
potentially
Carlo,
for Kevin in
I've
future
got
hands
it
against
straight
Taffy.
away.
Deciding to just give it up there with the Ace High.
It can be pretty grim.
And like I just don't even know like what I'm doing. To be honest, I don't know what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to just gamble like you're playing cash. Is it the
I
same?
don't know, honestly. Like, I've not played that many myself.
I'm gonna get involved and have a little bit of fun. Yeah,
You can't go all in, can you? It's bottom it, so it's like...
So like we say, guys, the
15 bigs or
the
whatever.
blinds there at 10.25. We believe that all players have agreed the £50 mandatory straddle. We'll keep an eye on that for you in coming hands.
There's loads of punters as well, though. I know the
Yeah, the field's normally good. Don't play 6 card out there. They all play 6 cards.
As soon as they start playing 6 card, I'll be spending a lot of time.
So action folding round to Jon Whetton on the button. He decides to come in for the open with off. Kevin coming along with the 4-5 suited. And from what we've seen of Taffy, I expect he'd be going nowhere with the 6-5 off. Good read there, Mr. Reed. And we go 3-way to the flop.
Was there any 6 card in Monte Carlo?
There was a list for it, but never ran.
So a low flop could have some carnage on early doors. Let's see what kind of mood the dealer is in. Looks like the dealer is being friendly thus far as Whetton flops best and a whole host of nothing for the other 2 players in the hand. So very, very tough to predict.
Oh, Taffy has found a donk lead here with the 6 high. That's very unorthodox.
As I was just about to say, James, it's very difficult to predict what's going to happen in these games, but there you go. Taffy coming in straight away with the complete unexpected, just come out for the lead. Whetton deciding very interestingly to raise with his 8 deuce.
Yeah, again,
and takes it down there and then. And there you go.
To raise there as well. Perhaps he played against Taffy before, maybe knows a little bit about his style.
That's another one of those. It's another one of those hands. It's another one of those hands, James, where if you'd have told me before the hand how the action was going to go there, I'd have told you Will Iron. And it really does emphasise.
Just down the road. Meridian, yeah. It's nice.
How much?
150. Yeah, did you? Yeah, really nice. I liked it out there, man. I feel like when I was there, I just felt like really blessed. Do you know what I mean? There was a water park open, yeah. Is it a Bahama? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, because it's not. They used to be at the Palms, didn't it? It's different. Yeah. I just want to show off it's the other way around. So I've only been once. Nice place, man. That's a good thing about poker. You get to like see all these nice places and all this and that when you're travelling. I want to go to that Texas. They had a series out there, the Lodge. Have you seen a live stream to Lodge? Yeah, they had like a series there, like a 2 million guaranteed main event. There was, and obviously with it being in like Texas, yeah, like all the Americans go, and yeah, it was a good series, I heard. Yeah. Wouldn't mind going on there and having a little gamble all night.
And a pair in my ankle, everybody got words and words and words.
It's not.
Yeah. Ah, nice.
Wants the win in hand. Nobody needs to know. Go on then, James.
He came late last, didn't he?
Oh, we've all done it. I remember when I first started playing.
Qualifying hands in Texas Hold'em.
Yeah, you try telling Taffy that. I'm sure Taffy can get involved with all sorts of holdings in this game. And interesting to see that he's taken the #1 spot in the VPIP race so far today. These VPIPs are considerably lower compared to what they are in the last 4 episodes. So all players will be needing to make an impression if they want to have this spotlight once again. But really important to emphasize that we are in the early doors of tonight's stream. I'm sure all players will be very eager to get involved. Some new players on today's stream. Mr. McCann there on the end. GUKPT Reg. I'm not too sure about his cash game experience, but he is a professional poker player looking to show off his skills in tonight's game. Carl Short as well, obviously winning 600,000 and the very honourable WSOP bracelet in 2019. He's happy to be in the mix again today. And I actually don't think there's anybody on the stream tonight that we've not seen in one of the episodes so far, James. So really nice to see these guys once again. I was sure in the early doors that we would see them all again, and nice to see that they've had a chance to enjoy the streaming spotlight once more. And here we go, back into the action. We've got some 3-ways going on already. We've got ace-6 off for Mark, jacks for Kev, and the ace-deuce for Taffy.
Yeah, and Kevin with the jacks and the cutoff electing not to 3-bet on this occasion, just flatting free. A little bit deceptive with the jacks, and brings Taffy along on the button with the ace-deuce off. Mark does fire a c-bet out here with bottom pair. Here, out of position to Kevin, who of course will continue with the overpair.
Yeah, it seems like a well-timed flat from Kevin again, as Mark with the ace-6 here. Kevin does play considerably well in keeping his hands fairly disguised. Of course, both options would have been available to him here, but Mark really with the overpair advantage here, so Kevin recognised it's not the time to attack that. However, now, this is an interesting raise spot, James. Any 7 becoming a straight, and now Kevin decided to raise, potentially turning his jacks into a bluff here.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And Mark went for the turn bet.
And there you go. So Mark deciding to fire the game with the ace-6 off. Seems like he was turning his hand into a bluff, and Kevin just recognising it's really tough for Mark to be holding a 7. He's got more of those in his range. Potentially putting some pressure on queens through aces there.
Feels more like maybe kind of a bit of a semi-bluff there in some ways with that jack high straight draw. Like, did have the up and down straight draw, did have the value in the pair of jacks. So yeah, sort of a value bluff there, I think.
Yeah, 100%. A little bit of a merge there from Kevin. Of course, you can get some better hands to fold and potentially some worse hands to call. Again, though, it's another chance to point out Kevin's understanding of range again there, attacking Mark at the right time. And Kevin scoops in a sizable one, and here we go. Let's get the action off. Welcome, Mr. Berridge.
Yeah, here he is, and so we have a full game now. 7 players on this evening's stream. Fashionably late, Mr. Burridge.
I'm assuming that the dealer declared Richard Berridge's hand dead there, as he did fold. I'm not too sure he had that option available to him. But here we go. Welcome, Mr. Berridge, in again on the stream. Did keep us excited last time we seen him, and I'm sure he was eager to get involved. And what stack size he's gone for? Looks like he's buying in for, is that 8k this time? Seem to believe it was 10k last time. Yeah, looks like 8k to me. Yeah, really, really nice to see them again. But here we go, back on the action. Carl with jacks, Taffy with 10s. Let's see what the dealer fancy's doing today. And it looks like the dealer fancy is giving everyone a little bit of a break from the action, as this could kill things just a little with the ace high on the board, and Carl deciding to come out for a continuation here.
Yeah, certainly going to see better this board. Not too thrilled to see the ace goes for a small sizing. I can't imagine that Taffy's going to go anywhere given how he's played so far. Does still have the tens, a reasonable hand to defend. So we're going to see the turn card, which is an offsuit deuce.
Yeah, Carl definitely in a little bit of a tricky spot here. Did elect for the 20% c-bet size on the flop. Just recognising he doesn't have to go too big here. Expecting a lot of Taffy's suited connectors just to fold out instantly, and does get a street of value from tens.
And
Obviously,
Taffy just check it back though, so Carl's going to feel reasonably comfortable with his jacks. Can expect his opponent to have an ace sometimes, of course.
At this stage, you've got to expect that Mr. Shaw will recognise the fact that he can definitely value bet this spot, and it's nice to see that he does come out for the bet of 1k and just extracting that extra bit of value that some other players may not find. And this is how you become a successful cash game player, as we spoke about last week, James. It's about getting these very, very marginal thin value bets in, and a very well-timed value bet there from Carl's second pair. And there you go, in for 10k, straight up to 12.8. 2.8k wages in an hour. Not a bad hourly rate, right, James?
Yeah, it's about what I'm getting paid for this gig.
It's a big pot, and I still managed to lose.
No, a nice start by Carl, and we did see last week, he does have pretty good timing with those thin value bets, does generally seem to have a good idea of where he is at in a hand. And more evidence of that.
Yeah, there was only really one time last week, James, where Carl Shaw got out the line, and that was with the 7 deuce. I'm sure that will be a hand to forget for Carl himself. Timing was all wrong. I mean, you've got to love the heart, but the timing was completely off. Jordan, that hand was very good for the majority of the night, and I'm sure tonight Carl is definitely capable of showing some form of 7 deuce bluff again. So be interesting to see how the night unfolds for Carl.
Yeah, he'll be keen to get off to a good start here after last week, where it was all going very swimmingly for 90% of the stream. I think he ended up kind of even for that game in the end.
So Leo Faradoye has said, I'm in it and managed a 50% VPIP last week. Well, there you go, Leo. When you have that spotlight on you, very important to give the action so you can potentially get yourself paid in some spots down the line. And giving action is exactly what we're talking about here. Jon McCann deciding to continue in a 3-bet pot with the ace-7 off. Does have position over Kevin Brown. And interested in the fact that he holds the ace of diamonds in this hand. I'm not too sure he will be deciding to involve this hand in the selection of bluffs. However, does have that diamond if he decides to get a little bit frisky in this hand. Kevin does come in for a c-bet with his ace-king high.
Yeah, Kevin opting for the c-bet. You're never too thrilled to see this kind of board out of position. You do fancy that your opponent can have a lot of these middling kind of cards that connect with this board, but in this instance, Jon, just with the ace-7, doesn't have very much at all to continue with.
Yeah, can see Jon sticking around with hands with a little bit more equity than this. Really nice to have the ace of diamonds in hand, but unfortunately not a lot else going on for him, so just does decide to get out of the way on this occasion. And we've got Ali Ayub still watching in the chat. Hopefully seatbelt on for a long night of action. Ali, he says, great to see Richard Berridge back amongst us. Hashtag Team Berridge, hashtag McCann. So there you go, Ali Ayub rooting for Richard Berridge and Jon McCann today. Really nice to see both of the players amongst the lineup here in the 10-25-50 cash game at Dusk Till Dawn Casino Nottingham.
Yeah, absolutely, and great to see some of the players that have been on the stream also joining in the chat this evening. It looks like we have a bit of a pop room here. We have Jon opening the 9s, and Carl comes in also with the Queen Jack offsuit.
Yeah, we did see little bits of Carl's play last week where he does like to choose these Broadway hands as 3-bet bluffs, but maybe thinking twice here, playing against a capable player in Jon McCann. Definitely doesn't want to get 4-bet off his equity here. So does decide to mix in a call behind with the Queen Jack. And now Richard Berridge flopping best, absolutely smashing this flop with the top 2. And look at this, Carl just check to Carl and he will put you to the sword, just firing away for pot in position here with the Queen Eye. And Richard Berridge
wasting no time there. Gone for the... Oh, it looked like a raise, but maybe it's just a call. No, it is a raise, 2k. Those plaques, 1k each, of course.
And this is another one of those spots, James, we were talking about last week. Carl decided to choose that polar size and where he's betting a really good hand or completely nothing. We can see to our eyes here that Carl has nothing. But based on this 100% pot size, and I would really like to see Berridge come in for the flat call here. Keep in Carl's bluffs. Of course, there is some bad turn cards as well, but does he elect to get in all of the money while he's got the best hand and does pick up the 1k in the middle?
Looked like he wanted to show it, but thinks better of it.
Carl's sizing on the flop there. Maybe he did save him some money on future streets. But a little bit wild there from Shaw on the button. We have seen in previous episodes and even spending some time with Carl at the table. Definitely not shy to take some unorthodox lines from now and then. Happy to be involved and give some action. Timing was all over the place again there with Berridge's ace-7 waiting behind him. Luckily for Carlo, Berridge tells him to get out the way, and so he does. And already, James, the action is underway here at Dusk Till Dawn. You've got pop bets with nothing. All of the buttons are being clicked here, and it's only early doors. And look at this, Jon McCann has peeled premium with the ace-10 suited.
Yeah, always a nice hand to open with, the ace-10 suited. Has picked up Mark on the button with King Jack off.
So we have seen in previous streams, James, that the players do prefer to take a passive approach on the stream sometimes. Not so much pre-flop 3-betting going on. Mark did have a potential candidate here in the King Jack off. Does elect to just call here in position. And Taffy coming along as well. Taffy flopping 4 to a straight. Top pair with the backdoor, enough flush draw for John. And the whole host of nothing for Mark. Not going to be happy to see these three out there. Time to see some Jon McCann and Taffy action. So much as yes, James.
Is that in play, Taff?
Yeah, and you're right. John C-betting Taffy does look this one up. He's playing quite shallow. Oh, has he reloaded actually now? I see the stack size. I had noticed that Taffy got kind of short. Looks like he has reloaded, so he's playing deeper than I thought in this hand. Just trying to ping that gut shot with that flop call, but doesn't happen, and John will fire again on the turn. Not much happening now for Taffy, just left there with the 8 high and a bare gut shot. Starting to get expensive.
Yeah, not going to have quite enough equity to continue to this size as Taffy. But really interesting to see John there just being really, really greedy. You know, betting that ace-10 a game for the second time, choosing an 80% size. And you'd imagine on a lot of rivers as well, James, John definitely capable of firing the third street of value. Not coming here to mess about today, John. Trying to get the absolute max from the game. Establishing his authority on this table already as Mr. McCann. And on to the next hand we go. So what have you been up to this week then, James? Played any poker yourself?
Yeah, I've been back in the spin and go streets this week, Charlie. It's an interesting form of poker. I'm not sure that it's actually poker, to be honest with you.
Right, so if we've got any sort of questions on how to play sub 15 big blinds tonight, James, I know where to go, but I do expect that a lot of the pots are going to be playing hundreds and hundreds of big blinds each.
Yeah, it's certainly a different game to live cash games. That is for sure. I realise that is It's okay though. We've got you for that speciality. That's your wheelhouse, Charlie. And you were telling me earlier that you rarely have a weekend off. Is that correct?
No one's up
Yeah,
to
yeah,
last
yeah.
week.
I've not had
Everyone-
one weekend
everyone
off
just left straight away.
in the last. Sorry, I've had one weekend off. I did tell a lie
Just
before,
bust
James.
off
I've had
it.
one
Bust
weekend
it
off in the last 6 months. So potentially taking some time off next weekend, right before Vegas again, recharge. Yeah, but have been grinding a lot since we last spoke in the last week, and yeah, really nice to
Grafting he is.
sit back in the seat and
Grafting.
watch this display again from these guys. Really nice to watch over what's going on again and guide the viewers through it again tonight. Once again, we'll
Someone's got it.
emphasise, please get yourself involved in the chat. If you want to say hello, talk about football, talk about how bad Everton are, talk about how bad I am at poker, whatever you like. Get yourself involved, fire in the banter. Me and James Atkin happy to guide you through tonight's 10:25:50 live stream here at Dusk Till Dawn Casino Nottingham.
Absolutely, and here we have the fight of the pairs, each player connecting with the boards. Top pair for Jon now picks up a gut shot, an up and down straight draw, which does get there on the river, so Jon did flop best and remains best, but it looks like Richard here is going to take a stab, and quite a stab it is. This pot has built to 2.8k and he's going to fire a slightly over 50% pot, and he's going to get the bad news very soon, and Jon just has a decision whether to call or raise, and opts just for the call. Of course, not having the nuts, expecting Richard to be pretty polarised in that
And
spot.
there you go again. Jon may be expecting to be chopping the pot there some frequency. To the love of his eyes there, just sees Richard Berridge bluffing away into two players. Really does show the potential action that we've got about to unfold in tonight's game for everybody. Berridge deciding to turn his six into a bluff there, gets the snap from Jon McCann. And straight away into the green there goes Jon McCann. Sure, he'll be very excited to see how his night goes on this cash game stream. Maybe not as easy as what it seems though, James. You know, this game does contain a lot of variance. Live poker, you know, even though we do see a lot of unorthodox lines, they can fight you just as easy as you can game from them, right?
That's what I've been doing all year.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is one of the limitations of live
It's like
poker
only when you're running
is you can only play a certain amount of hands, of course, and variance is going to be displaying its ugly head. It takes a long time to reach the long term, of course, in live poker.
Mike Leonard says, now this is a lineup back to the old days. Yep, really nice, Mike, to see some of the old school poker players on the table here, displaying their skill set in the 10, 25, 50 hold'em. A lot of these faces have been along for considerable amounts of time, and they've all got different levels of experience and different kind of styles that we're going to see if they gel tonight. So far, we're on the edge of our seats. And early doors in the stream, you can already see the potential of this game brewing. We've got some three-way action again now between Carl, Wet and Richard. All players not flopping enough to inflate this pot. So we're going to be going three-way to a river card. And as it stands, Carl with the check mark with just the king high, but does he get a showdown?
Well, it looks like he does, yeah. No one opting to, and he will be both surprised and very pleased to pick this one up. Out of position now in the straddle with just king high. And it does get checked down. Perhaps, you know, Mr. Burridge there a little bit gun shy after getting looked up in the previous hands. Bluffing with the 6-4 suited. Didn't opt to take a stab on this river with just 10 high.
So Mike Leonard says some great players in this lineup. Some people playing with no fear here whatsoever. I haven't seen Wet at DTB before, just on these streams. Yet Jon Whetton has been around for a few years, definitely capable of setting his skills here at this DTD table. We've seen bits and bobs from over the last few weeks. A friend of mine said he's been playing with Jon Whetton for a few years, so definitely not new to the poker table is Jon Whetton. And for sure, yeah, there's some really, really high-level players at this table with high abilities, and obviously the action players as well, and I'm sure both players will be clashing today, both giving each other some action, and it really, really is hard to predict who's going to come out on top today. But all players will fancy themselves in this lineup, and only time will tell who's going to have the good sessions and bad sessions today. Really going to be hard to take your eyes off this one.
Yeah, we've got a pretty big popper in here. We had the two limps pre-calling straddle, and Carl made it pretty chunky out of the big blinds. And both players opting to call, and the board not really favourable to anybody on the flop, particularly 2 overcards for Carl and not too much for Kevin, but he does pick up that nut flush draw on the turn, which gets there on the river. And Carl, having taken the lead on the turn, just decide to check now, and Kevin with the nut flush gets a chance to value bet, and it's just about what size he's going to choose.
Would you ever play in that tough? Would you ever play in $1 million buy?
It's about half pot, and back on to Carl. Now with the pair of eights, does have the 8 of clubs in his hand.
Yeah, so it's not an easy spot for Carl, this is, James, but we did see on last week's episode, and from what I've seen of Carl in general, really, his decision making is really, really on point. Going to be interesting to see if he makes the right decision in this spot, but does decide that 8s are going to be good enough of the time to look up Kevin here, and Kevin Brown scooping in the 4k pot here with the ace-high flush. Carl, to pay half pot there, only got to be right a small percentage of the time, and if he thinks Kevin is going to be bluffing enough there, he can definitely make a call with 8s there. Does decide to look it up, and Kevin scoops in a nice one.
Yeah, certainly 8's not really blocking some of the more obvious bluffs like King Jack type hands that we might suspect that Kevin could have. Did have the 8 of clubs as well as a little sweetener, so certainly not unreasonable to see him flick that one in, but does get the bad news.
And already, James, we've got the V-pips crawling into the 40s, and then Taffy's obviously playing a 62 now. I can guarantee, James, by the end of the stream, most of the table will have a 50 plus V-pip. That's what we've seen in the previous 4 episodes. Not very tough to predict at all, James.
No, absolutely. The players like to get involved, and with this kind of 3 blind format, plenty in the pot pre to get the action going. And it looks like we've got a 5-way limp pot here for a little something different. And just bang, flops a full house, does Mark in this hand against Carl, who has flopped trip. So could be some trouble here for Carl, although it is actually Jon here, just with a little tickler bet with bottom pair, seeing if he can thin the field. Maybe his 3s are good, but as we see, they most certainly aren't. And Mark, not wasting any time, goes for a flop raise, trying to get some more money in against the queen on the flop. Carl is going to look him up, of course, with the trip queen.
£2 grand. Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
King of clubs rolls off on the turn, does bring in the flush draw. Of course, not relevant to either player's actual holding. Maybe has a club here. Mark has this locked currently with the full house, but Carl coming along.
Look at this. What a sick river that is, James. And Carl Shaw finding a way to bail himself out of danger. and Carl checks over the river, and Mark is going to be in disgust here when he sees Carl's hand. Very unfortunate river for him indeed. And just when everything began to go wrong for Carl, scoops in a pot there, a favourable river for his hand.
Yeah, that's a pretty brutal run out there for such a strong hand on the flop. Gets counterfeited with the running kings. Just fortunate perhaps not to lose a bet on the river. Didn't really have anything that he could value bet, of course, with any queen, any king beating him. Very likely Carl holding a queen in this hand the way it played out. So certainly takes a sensible route and checking the river. And Carl, of course, could not rule out that he was up against the king sometimes in this hand, but just get fortunate to win that one. Could have been worse though for Mark if it had been a 9, of course, that had peeled off. That would have been a much more tricky situation.
Good.
Yeah, good old. Excuse me.
Yeah, it really does seem quite evil, James, but everybody's just waiting to see the dealer just cause some carnage and deal some coolers and see how each of these players can wiggle their way out or get themselves into some trouble potentially, James.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what we like to see when we're watching a stream. We like to see some carnage, as dark as that might seem to the players involved. But yeah, we don't want to see them checking it down and winning a showdown on the river, do we? And here we've got
honestly, yeah, not to give the commentators curse out, but have you ever seen Taffy fall to a 3-bet with a suit of 4-3 before? What? Look at this! Mark just moved it in.
Wow.
4.7k. And Jon Whetton is going to be playing a 10k pot early doors. Cool or not required. The money's going to go all in pre-flop here. And it's going to be wet here with the check mark should be 70%. Based on the folded cards, it's not. And here we go. Wet is going to be playing 64% favourite to Mark's ace-queen in... Would you believe
not
it?
Called yet. I mean, getting a little bit of a slow roll in here.
Maybe not a slow roll, James. Of course, like when somebody moves all in for £5,000, the players have definitely got to take some time to think about it. But very, very hard for Whetton to be in a dominated spot here, and providing the graphics haven't misled us with the hands here, we're about to play a 10k pot here, Kings versus Ace Queen.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, he is taking some thought over this, not wanting to rush his decision. But just with the, this is just a, I guess this is a cold 4-bet rip, right? So, got to think though that queens could be out there. Maybe some ace king is quite reasonable.
Yeah,
quite reasonable holdings for Mark to have. Does actually have the ace queen.
Good on him, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be unfair to say, James, that Wet is in a bit of a spot here. I mean, the guy shoved on him for 4.7k. However, you are expecting calls it off. You are expecting for Mark to maybe 5-betting on all in with aces. Does rip it in for 4.7. And here we go. Wet is in incredible shape for the 9.6k pot. Needing to find an ace is Mark. Only an ace. 3 aces to go. And there you go. Kings is good. Mark disappointed to see that Wet took so long to call there, but is he ever expecting to get shoved on there by ace queen for so many big blinds? And there you go, Jon Wetton scooping in a huge pot here early doors.
I do just wonder if that previous hand did affect the action here. Mark did get unlucky, of course, flopping a full house. The hand before got counterfeited, lost a reasonably large pot to Carl, and possibly steaming a little bit, just fires it in with the ace-queen offsuit, and gets looked up, of course, by kings.
Well, it was a nice gesture for him anyway.
Yeah.
Even if it hasn't worked out.
What did you have then?
Lost players, so we carry on. Was more blind.
So once again, for everybody just joining us now, this is a 10-25-50 no limit hold'em cash game live at Dusk Till Dawn Casino Nottingham. Definitely a resume of poker players on this table. We've seen a few of these guys before. Some very, very skilled players on the table and action players all around. All players not shy to get involved on the action. And for anybody looking to make the journey down to Dusk Till Dawn, the APAT is currently underway behind this table now. A schedule of tournaments for the Amateur Poker Association. And lots of cash games available, all stakes on offer at Dusk Till Dawn. And if this week's no good for you, but next week is, the WPT 500 returns to Dusk Till Dawn Casino. £560 buy-in main event with a 500k guarantee. Really big chance for you MTTers to get your hands on a trophy and an incredible score. Will be really nice to see everyone at Dusk Till Dawn again over the next couple of weeks. Back into the action though, Berridge versus Taffy in the 3-bet pot. Berridge is a 75% dog here, so our stats are telling us. And does pick up some opportunities here for playing out of position with his ace-jack. And if this gets to showdown, yeah, players will be chopping the pot. And by the way, the action has gone so quick here, I suspect that Taffy's in a nice mood, decides to give Richard his money back, and that is very true as he fist bumps in delight, getting a chop with just his ace high.
Almost same board as last time.
Really nice to have you guys in the chat box again. Thanks very much for giving us that support week after week. It's going to be another action-packed cash game stream tonight. This is the DTD Live page on YouTube. If you haven't liked it so far, you know what to do. Like and subscribe. Every single week now, DTD providing that cash game action. Investing in so much money now just to make the stream an enjoyable experience for all of its viewers. Me and James having lots and lots of fun in the booth every week, and all of these players really excited to be involved in the action. And of course, if anybody else wants to get themselves on the list and potentially compete in the spotlight on one of our cash game streams, head over to the man himself, Mr. Ryan Brodsky. Sure, he'll be happy to accommodate. I don't know what's going on with the graphics here, though. It's saying he's got a 2k pot here with his king and the ace jack.
King Jack offsuit.
Look towards.
Yeah, I think they're still just counting out the chop here, I believe.
There's a plaque in the middle, James. Did this money go in?
There was it was quite a large pot free. There was it was squeezed out of the straddle, I think. Taffy in the straddle made it 900.
All right,
somebody made it 900. I definitely saw that.
Yeah. There was a 3-bet pot at 900, and then Berridge came along, and now they're just trying to chop up the plaque by the looks of it. Anyone got a pair of scissors to cut the plaque in half then?
It'll be interesting to see if we see Mark back at the table or not, if he chooses to reload, having got busted a few minutes ago with that ace-queen misfire.
And there we go, John, Kevin, Carl and Wet all playing around the 5-figure realm. All players definitely excited to be playing some big pots tonight. Really nice to see the atmosphere really strong again at the table between the players. Really does help develop some action over the course of the session. And still in the early doors here, the game is deepening up once more. Myself, Charlie Reed and James Atkin guiding you through tonight's action in the booth. Really nice to be working with Dusk Till Dawn again.
Yeah, and episode 5 already, Charlie.
Time flies when you are having fun, so they say, Mr. Atkin.
Absolutely. No, that's it. And yeah, this stream coming on leaps and bounds every week. Happy to be here calling action with you, good sir. And looks like we've got a An open here from pocket fours in the cutoff. And the big dog flatting the queen jack off on the button.
Yeah, it seems quite routine to have the conversation as well, James, but I don't see any beers and I don't see any spicy chicken pastas getting through around yet.
Yeah, they're just warming up, saving it for later. Yeah, players have not been drinking too much alcohol at the table and wanting to concentrate, I imagine, keep their focus. It's
well, I
quite a
mean,
big game.
why does it have to be so serious? They're only playing for thousands of pounds, right?
On you, Taff.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, boys.
This is true, and this might be an environment they're quite used to, but even so, lots of money on the table. And Jon is going to look down here at hands in the straddle. Burridge did also flick in a call here with the suited connectors, just about suited connectors there. The deuce 3 suited, not the best ones in the day. But Jon just maybe taking a conservative route here, just calling.
Yeah, I think this is a well-timed flat here from Jon. Doesn't want to potentially bloat the pot and then go 4 ways because there's going to be lots of flops.
This is set over set.
Oh,
Golly, wow.
I was just about to say there'd be lots of flops where it'd be difficult for Jon's hand to remain best, but here we go. We see set over set for the first time in the last few episodes, and we could be about to see
and it checks through on the flop. This could.
And look at this, Kevin's made a straight.
Oh my God, I missed a straight. Wow. 3 massive hands on this board. I mean, we just need a 5 on the river, and everyone has got a massive piece of this. And we're going to see some money flying in here on the turn, surely. Jon leads out with his set of 10s.
And look at this, Richard Berridge coming along for a 5.
He's little does he know he's drawing stone dead in this spot.
There's no way. No way.
Four's doing well to just flat this turn, really. Could have.
How does lots of money not go in now?
I know.
Someone is about to be in a horror spot, James.
We could have seen stacks go in, but as it stands, it looks like that's not going to happen necessarily. It's going to be left with Jon on the river. When Kevin raises this, that's going to be the spot. But I mean,
yeah, but James,
Whetton is sat here with a set.
Look at this, the positions as well. It's
on
Whetton's
first. As well
he's going to have to put in some more money, and then Kevin sat behind, and the big dog again knows he's going to lock up chunks here.
Wow, and he's got a decision here. Pot size bet. Basically bottom set on this board effectively. I mean, it may as well be. Losing to tens, aces, kings, and queen jack specifically.
Right, James. I've got a prediction here. We could see over the previous hand, Wets was a little bit cautious about putting in the money with kings. I expect to see just a flat here from Wets. Now Kevin's going to go all in, and the prediction is that both players are going to get away after losing 2.6k. As really, really hard for Kevin to bluff here 4-way. And even though this is going to be a huge pot, I do think that at least Jon is going to find a way out of this, but potentially both players as well. Now, surely Kevin's going to move all in now.
What a dream spot here for Kevin. Just sat there, pure nuts, cannot be beaten, just hoping not to be chopping this pot, I suppose.
And I was about to say, it was taking some time. You're wasting your own time now, Kevin, but no, he's said triangle dealer, all in, and now Jon is in a world of hurt.
What an ugly
And does he
spot.
find a way out? This, honestly, James, right, it's really, really tough to see what Jon's going to do here, but Jon, again, a player with high ability at the poker table. He's going to recognise now this is going to be near on impossible for Kevin to ship it in here without a better hand than his tens. Really, really hard to pick about which value bet he beats here. And Kevin has gone all in into 4 players on this river card. And Jon is in a world of hurt. And Wets is still behind him with 3 4s.
And that is a very fast fold for the situation. I have to credit him there to have figured that one out so quickly. I think one of the problems I was thinking that he could have in this hand was he was a little bit under-repped with his set of tens. Not that much money went in.
And
on
there
the
you go.
turn.
I've
They both folded. Yeah, well called,
predicted
Charlie.
it correctly, James.
And that,
Yeah,
what a crazy pot. I mean, the money did kind of go in, but it went in at a different time than we may have expected.
And just look at this again. Kevin Brown back on the stream, in for 5 bags, up to 17.8k. Playing the biggest stack that we've seen on the DTD Cash Game Series so far. And yeah, on the river, I mean, on different river cards, lots more money could have went in. But like I say, James, really, really tough for Kevin to find the bluff there into 4 players. That's why both players did manage to find a way out with the set. Nothing to do with scared money in that scenario. It's just about the fact of which hands is Kevin gonna raise for value that any of those 2 hands beat. And really, really hard to find the bluff that Kevin can ever have there into 4 players. Really, really tough to bluff that spot, and 2 well-timed folds from sets. And just like that, Kevin up to 17.8k, James.
Yeah, what a dream spot. And of course, all combinations of Queen Jack were on the table as a possibility. So 16 combos with Queen Jack is quite a lot. And credit to both players on the river there for finding the folds. But yeah, that's absolutely the kind of spot he'd have been dreaming of.
Yeah, that was the hand. That was the hand that I felt like we were brewing towards so far in the stream, James. And back to the chat a second. Rachel said dentist drill. No, I think we had the hairdryer in the shuffle machine, just trying to get some sets blue all over the table. You know, a couple of straights, get the action going. But yeah, nice to know that we've cured that problem now. And Tanvir has said, game with this many nutters and pure action, he shouldn't be on that table if he's taking 10 minutes to call with kings pre. Sorry, but come on. Well, the problem is, Tanvir, you know, each player, they are entitled to their own time to make their own decisions when they are playing for such big amounts of money. So, got to get behind Jon Whetton there for taking some time to...
What is going on in this hand? Sorry to interrupt you, Charlie, but it looked like Jon was peeling out a call here. Call is 3 bets 900. Maybe he was making change, because we have a very big pot here for the holdings. Okay, Jon did fold. He must have been helping a player out with change. That did confuse me that he was just flicking it in there with 4-5 offsuit. But Carl here has got a little bit aggro pre-flop, 9-7 offsuit, and has been called in 2 spots, although we do not know Richard's holdings at this time. Perhaps the RFID reader will pick them up at some point in the hand.
You have about 5 behind there. So
yeah, like everyone can see now, everybody's happy to splash about and have some fun with a few £100 pre-flop, but sometimes when you're seeing all-ins for, you know, 5Ks and 10Ks, doesn't matter how strong your hand is, you've got to consider about how big of a pot you're going to play here. And look at this, run like Carl Shaw again, flopping the 6 to 10 straight. In the 3-bet pot.
I mean, you just cannot put someone on the 9-7 in a 3-bet pot
and
in
honestly,
this kind
James,
of situation. So, and Taffy with
it's
top
going
pair
in again. Taffy's let all in with the top pair. What's going on? It's going up.
It's yeah. Look at. I mean, there's so much money in the middle, and he's just it's just donked all it. Did he donk all in? I believe so. Doesn't look like we're going to find out Richard's hand, but Taffy's going to get the terrible news that he's drawing nearly dead.
This is a message to Carl Shaw. You're 96% favourite to win the hand, son. 3-bet and out of line pre-flop. Gets Taffy to put in 3.5k with the king 10. And here we go, another 10k pot here at Dusk Till Dawn. Carl Shaw loving life, flopping the straight. Really, really not hard to fade in this spot. Rachel says rigged. Does a king or a 10 come on the turn to give us a sweat? This is unbelievable stuff here at Dusk Till Dawn.
He probably wants to be rooting for like a 7.
Oh. Look at that, with a 10 on the turn as well.
Wow.
If he needs chips, I've got looks on chips. If he needs,
get a little sweat, but
a little sweat there for Carl. Unbelievable. We zoomed out there when we could have been rolling off our chairs there, James. Turning trips with Taffy, and never an easy game, is it? Needing to find a 10 or one of the 3 kings in the deck or a board pair on the river. Carl does manage to fade, and look, we're creeping towards the 20k stacks.
Yeah, I mean, we're only, what are we, an hour and a quarter into the stream, and 2 players already have been completely stacked. What a flop that was in this hands.
And it's a good time to get back to the chat box as well, James. Ryan's asking how often do these cash games go down? That's the question on everyone's lips right now. After
They're licking
the
their
things
lips,
that you've
Charlie.
seen. Yeah. After the last couple of hands you've seen, this replicates nothing but the exact amount of action we've had in previous streams. 5 episodes of non-stop action every single week on a Thursday. I think we might have a bit of a schedule change coming up that we'll keep you guys informed of. But for the last 5 Thursdays now, it's been live from 7:30 p.m.
You're 25.
at the Dusk Till Dawn Club in Nottingham. The game is set up by Ryan Brodsky, the card room manager. What a guy himself, but also a great card room manager. Anybody looking to get involved in one of these games, go and see him, get your name down, get yourself involved in the action, and make sure you bring a few bags to your pocket as well, because this game can get steep.
It's a good spot to bluff if you ever.
Wow, isn't it?
You made 2 sets fold.
That's a golden spot.
And it'll be interesting to see how these hands affect the game. We'll have to see if Taffy and Mark reloads. Currently 5-handed. Although looks like Mr. Berridge has just dropped out for a minute. So 4-handed in this particular hand.
New cards.
And they're dropping like flies.
And Tanvir says, popcorn ready now. Carl's VPIP will be 200% now. Here we go.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, I will be impressed if he finds the 200% VPIP. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. As we can see from the DCP streams, Carl definitely not shy to give action and get involved. And for those of you that know Carl Shaw away from the stream, this stream, you'll know he's definitely not shy to be involved. Incredibly 3-betting the 9-7 off pre-flop, flopping a 10-8-6. That's how you win WSOP bracelets, ladies and gentlemen. Run as good as Carl Shaw. Yeah, besides the look of the draw there, it's important to understand that Carl Shaw, a very, very competent post-flop operator, definitely knows his way around the poker table. Really nice to have him in today's lineup, and I'm sure he's loving life again already. And here we go, Whet's here with the ace-king, Kevin involved with the jack-3. And Kevin looks to be a non-believer in this spot.
Yeah.
We've not seen Kevin make too many bad decisions, however, this could be one of them. However,
Like,
Whet's...
that card should get him out of trouble, but Whetton going to be thrilled to see this card, not just because it gives him a full house, but maybe suspects his opponent could have a flush draw or have something to pay him off with. Fortunately for him, his opponent does just have a pair of 3s in this spot with no flush card relevant, and this would be quite the hero call if Kevin was to find this one.
Yeah.
But does just quickly let it go.
Does manage to get out of the way. John Whetton electing for that big pot size bet, saying he's got a full house, saying he's got the Queen of Diamonds, really strong hands, or a whole host of nothing. And Kevin correctly figures out that it's going to be pretty tough for him to find that one there. And again, there's the stacks that these guys are playing today at Dusk Till Dawn. And you can see right now there's about 55k on the table. This game is set to get a whole lot bigger. The action has been plentiful so far. Do not go anywhere.
Who's that for?
And Charlie, the game looks like it might be 3-handed for a while. This a bit more in my wheelhouse now. If they just up the stakes to something, then I'll be able to bring some knowledge.
Yeah, we may be having a little break, but I mean, I think everyone's gone to the smoking area to figure out which way they can beat Carl Shaw.
Yeah, well, it's all gone off early doors on the stream. And just hearing that Richard Berridge not feeling too well, so I'm not sure if we're going to see him back on the stream this evening. That is why he is sat out currently. So may not see Richard back, and we do have
just
two
give you 10
players
now. Do you want
currently
over 10?
No.
just waiting to see if they reload or not, as they did get stacked.
So for those of you just joining us now, this is the 10-25-50 Nolan Maholden cash game stream, live from Dusk Till Dawn. APAC is on this week at Dusk Till Dawn. If you're looking for a tournament schedule, next week the WPT 500 returns, and non-stop round-the-clock action at the cash game tables. Dusk Till Dawn, a really nice place to be. Staff are very much a family. Customer service, amazing. Poker games available, amazing. Food, amazing. Get yourself to Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah, and if you're one of those people that likes to plan ahead, I did see the UK IPT was announced to be arriving in Dusk Till Dawn in November. So one to put in your calendars for later in the year. Plenty, of course, going on before that though, but if you were interested in the UK IPT, that was announced today. Looks like we've got a chunky bet here on the turn.
Sold my car now. Sold to Dodd.
I think we're on the turn.
Dodd bought.
I'm not sure. We may be on the flop.
I'm not decided yet. I'm going to go to Vegas and get a car when I get back, because I'm going away in 4 weeks anyway. It makes no
White
sense.
has to. Okay, sorry. Yes, we are on the turn.
This and that. Yeah.
Not sure if we know what the players' holdings are in this hand, Charlie. I think
I don't know where they did it, but
I think when the
someone
players are
tried
taking a
breaking
break,
into my car as I was going around like the car, showing him.
perhaps.
Make sure he's sweet.
The inputs.
Excuse me, can I get a Coke, please?
Oh no, it looks like
bottle
top
of
two
Coke and a
pair
glass of ice,
is going to
please.
take this one down.
Thank you.
Not quite sure how the action went there on the river in this hand,
And
but
yeah, someone tried crowbar in the windows.
Whetton
I don't
does
know where they-
drag that pot in
I don't know.
with the
Someone
king
tried
jack.
crowbar in my windows, opened up my car. I
Well,
didn't realise
James,
until I
my
sold it
vocal
the other
cords
day
are
to my mate.
seriously going to be
And
tested
then we go
today.
around
I
the
do
car just to
seem
make
to
sure
almost
that-
lose
oh, yeah,
my
just so you
voice
know about this, doesn't
because
it?
it can
Then we
get
go to
quite
the
animated
windows,
in the
and
booth
then
here
the
during
windows have
these
got like
action-packed
crowbar
sessions.
marks all
And
over, yeah, so-
again, early doors.
some, like,
There's just
you know, in the
actions
window
all
screens,
over the
like,
place,
scratched,
and
someone
you
tried
know my
smashing it,
larynx
but
is
it
really
smashed.
being tested in the early doors game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had some interesting
So make sure I
runouts
do
to
it.
say the least. Some crazy,
There's the mark.
some crazy coolers as well.
If you don't mind, please.
Non-stop
That's
action
six.
for the first 90 minutes here on the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Players just catching their breath.
and I
The ones
believe
that we
we've
have
got-
left.
I believe we've got some action players joining soon as well, so it's going to be interesting to stay peeled and see who that might be. But this game is going nowhere until the very end of the night, and this is going to be the greatest session on the cash game series that we've seen so far. Seatbelts on, everybody.
Yeah, wow, they got a chance. Wow.
Rachel Thorpe says customer service is amazing at DTD, not been for years though.
Would it, yeah.
Well, Rachel, there is your excuse to get yourself back to DTD because it's only got better. DTD was a club that everybody missed during COVID, was one of the last to reopen again. Rob Young decided to be cautious and wait until the correct time to reopen, but it's now 100% that DTD is back in full flow, bringing in some of the world's biggest poker tournaments and really investing into this stream that has been so enjoyable so far and is improving every single week. And James, really nice for us to be a part of this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great fun calling the action the last few weeks on the stream.
Big result for them, I think.
Yeah, players certainly not letting us down with the action this evening. Chips have been flying. We have a little three-way pot here. It looks like we are just having a few technical issues with the graphics. I'm sure that they will be back very soon.
How do I turn this off?
It looks like we're two-way to a turn
Yeah, I just
here. It's Carl against Kevin. Steve Cole is leading here out of position. like a small bet, 250 on the turn.
Interesting one to consider, James. How many pink chips do you think Carl's choice of hoodie costs today?
Oh, interesting. I'll have to wait for another shot of Carl to to gauge this one. I mean, it can't be as much as one of Ali's shirts, right? So, I wonder if Ali's wearing one of those shirts right now. I'd love to know if
I actually
sat on the settee at home wearing one of these shirts or not.
I actually heard the other day that Ali Ayub gets his shirts for free because he models them in the shop.
Wow, there you go. I mean, I can absolutely believe it.
And here we go.
Carl's gone chunky here after this kind of the small bet on the turn and a quick call, one chip, and it doesn't look like Kevin's too happy to see what he sees. We're not quite sure of the player's holdings. Kevin flashes a 9, which I believe was top pair on the board.
Yeah, and there you go, James. Carl can now afford another hoodie.
Yes. Absolutely, or go out and buy one of those Ali shirts and get ready for the stream next week.
Yeah, I tell you what, that would be interesting to see Carl Shaw rocking up in a blazer and the shirt with 7 buttons down. Not too sure the missus would approve though, Mr. Shaw. Oh, really good to be back in the booth at DTD, James.
Absolutely, yes, and it does look like the players have returned. Maybe Richard feeling a little bit better. I'm not sure. He has returned. To be honest, he does look a little bit peaky, though. I do wonder about him. And Mark seems to have reloaded. Did get stacked, of course, a few minutes ago, piling in the ace queen as a cold 4-bet bluff. Has reloaded. And Taffy as well, we see back. So we are back to being 7-handed, although just 6 players in this hand.
I tell you what though, James, let's just have a little chat about ourselves for a moment. We're both living a privileged life at the moment, commentating over the greatest game in the world. There's not many better things that I can find in life than playing poker, but this definitely has got to come second, right? Just sitting here talking about these guys, having lots of fun. We get to watch it all, see the cards. What a life, right, James?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not too tough a gig, this one. Got to always enjoyed talking non-stop about poker. It's the trick is getting me to shut up about it, to be honest. So
yeah, we've all got that sort of disease, James. But it really is a privilege to be involved in the DTD cash game stream. So thank you very much to all of those at DTD, in particular himself, Ryan Brodsky. Sorting out these games would be impossible without him, and of course all of the backroom staff as well. Really nice to be streaming the cash games here at DTD. And for those of you just joining us, this is 10, 25, 50 this week. We have been playing 5, 10, 25 in the recent episodes. Players decided today to step up from their comfort zone once more, raise the stakes. So far, chips are being distributed everywhere. Everyone's VPIP is increasing by the hand. And these guys really are making the most of their spotlight that they've got for the next few hours here on the stream game at DTD. And for anybody wanting to watch previous episodes of 5, 10, 25 of the Cash Game series at DTD, head over to the DTD Live YouTube page. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and keep yourself posted for future streams. This week we've got 10, 25, 50. I'm not going nowhere. Don't you either.
Yeah, and make sure that you follow DTD Live on social media. It's nice to see some of the little clips that get made from the big hands on the show. There is an Instagram at DTD Live. There's a Twitter and a Facebook page. Go search it out and make sure that you don't miss any of the big hands that go down on the stream, or relive the ones that do. And speaking of big hands, we could have one here with some marginal holdings. Whet's here, raising it up from the straddle with the ace-10 offsuit. Is going to get looked up in some spots here. In the small blind, Taffy with the queen-6 suited. Richard just with the jack-5 offsuit. And just flop best with that pair of 5s. Whet's deciding not to see bet the king-high board. Just pick up a gut shot to Broadway on the turn. Taffy now takes the lead with his pair of queens. Does just check through though on the turn. And it looks like a bet from Taffy on the river having improved. Oh no, excuse me, he has not improved. He puts out a little 100 bet here, very small bet with his queen. But Richard now sat on the button with that jack-5 offsuit. Has improved to 2 pair on the river. Oh, and my apologies, I'm missing a straight. Whetton, that's the most relevant hand. The check mark next to it has the Broadway straight. The gut shot pings in.
Yeah, this is really tough here for Richard. I mean, again, a similar spot to before. It's going to be really, really tough for Whetton to find bluffs here 3-way, but there's no way Richard drove into DTD to fold the 2 pairs today. And there you go, Whetton picks up a 3K pot.
Well, I mean, if he wasn't feeling very well, that is not going to make him feel any better for Richard there. A little bit unfortunate that the jack rolled off. The magic card on the river.
And at the start of the night, James, it seemed the dealer was going to be a little bit kind today and give everyone an easy ride, but my God, distribution of cards has been evil so far, James.
Yeah, certainly some set over straight action earlier.
If we had any questions, James, on how these players' styles would gel, it really is intuitive to see now that these really are gelling and the styles are all clashing, if you like, and it's going to be interesting to see how these players can adapt to these dynamics, and really, really nice to see these styles of players clashing.
Take it back if you want, it's up to you.
Looks like we have a £25 blind in this hand, and Taffy flipped in 2 chips, thinking that he was playing a £50 big blind, was allowed to just take it back. So we have a limp pot, just a small one at the moment, but no one really flopping anything here with 2 aces on board. Kevin does have the flush draw actually, and now picks up a gut shot to go along with it. And that will be enough to fire out what is actually a pot-sized bet. Carl has picked up the up and down straight draw, and Whet's gets in there as well with the king jack with that gut shot Broadway draw. And no one has anything on the river, so it'll be interesting to see who takes this one down. And it just check round again. This has happened a couple of times this evening where King High is kind of got fortunate to just scoop a pot where the players with very marginal holdings haven't quite found a river that may have won the pot.
He's over there. Chatting to him. How is it?
So then, James, how do you think that these players would get on against you in a couple of spinning goes then?
Yeah, I think they'd fare okay. The strategy for spinning goes, you know, it's once you've learnt it, you know, and you're not going to get in too many massively tricky spots. You certainly aren't going to have to fold a pair of tens.
I imagine there's only so far you can go playing 6-15 big blinds. I imagine the edges between the best players are pretty thin, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They are pretty thin, and yeah, you just generally trying to be pretty aggressive as the less experienced players just tend to fold a little bit too much, and that's where most of your edge comes in. And you can just apply a lot of pressure
Yeah, it's
pre-flop and just just barreling in general.
completely different though when you're in the 200 big blind and 300 big blind streets with the likes of Carl Shaw and Jon McCann and the Big Daddy Brown. Things can get a little bit more trickier, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're gonna have to think through your spots pretty carefully. Not too many automatic decisions in this game, that's for sure.
And there we go. It looks like Richard Berridge's night is over early today. Clearly not feeling too well is Richard Berridge, so we are hearing. And we are sending our best wishes to Mr. Berridge. Really good action player for the stream. Very personable guy as well. Likes to have a chat with the players at the table. And we hope to see Richard Berridge on stream again soon. So sending our very best wishes to him. And the question is, James, who are we going to get to replace him? Do not take your eyes off the screen, guys.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure a replacement is being worked on now that he has decided to call it a night. I wonder if that last hand with the Jack 5 offsuit just tipped the decision over, made it so he just didn't really fancy continuing. If you're not feeling too good and the cards aren't falling your way, it's not a great combination. Jon getting a little frisky, not majorly so, but in the hijack with Jack 10 off, probably one of the cards lower in his range, his opening range here.
Yeah, I imagine that this will be one of Jon's lighter opens from the hijack, but definitely not folding two Broadway cards in the hijack in this lineup. Jon wants to be involved and play lots of hands, and look at this, James. He flopped 4 to a straight.
Yeah, pretty nice flop when you have the pre-flop lead. I'm sure that he will be firing a C-bet out here.
Yeah, and a queen, James, is going to put Mark in lots of trouble. I'm expecting Carl to get out the way here. But a queen on the turn could be bringing us some more carnage here.
Yeah, well spotted. Mark does have that second pair. Is going to continue.
And here we go. This is a card that we might see the action slow down a little. Jon's definitely going to be worried about Mark having some form of 8x in the small blind peeling range. Not too sure how often Jon's going to find a double barrel in this spot.
Yeah, a little bit hard to repinate here as the opener.
Does decide that Mark is going to have little 8s, more draws, and maybe putting some pressure on some weak ace-x and 9x. And well-timed aggression in the game from Jon McCann. We were unsure whether we were going to see him follow through with a second barrel there, but good timing again from the lad.
Yeah, finds the second barrel and gets it through.
Yeah, it's really nice, James, to see a mix of players again, like we keep on saying. We've got some really strong players here, and it's a little bit more about, what cards they have in their hand. They're actually thinking about, what sort of ranges they are attacking and what their hand looks like. And really nice to see some high caliber poker players here at the table today. Also, definitely willing to give action and have a bit of a splash with the other players. And all players will be feeling very competent in this lineup, looking to get involved in some big pots and put themselves to the test. And I can assure everybody watching at home that the empty seat will not be empty for much longer. We want to try and keep the table as full ring as we possibly can to keep this as fun as we possibly can for all of us. I'm really excited to see who is going to fill that seat and provide us with even more action, James.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be hard to provide more action perhaps than Richard Burridge. It'd be interesting to see if we can get Vinny back from previous streams. That he might be able to match
Yeah, Vinny's absolutely amazing for the game, right? And I'm pretty sure, you know, he understands that he just plays for fun. You know, he loves to play the game for fun, and regardless of the result, it's really nice to see that Vinny always does seem to enjoy himself. Really does get a buzz playing in these games, and he's really good on the eye as well, James. He caused lots of topics for us last week, and he's been a figure that's been mentioned a lot. Really nice to have these different type of styles on display for all of us at home watching this DTB live stream.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what you're seeing is a bunch of different, like you say, bunch of styles, sort of UK players. Certainly not 7 or 8 GTO robots out there, that's for sure, and that makes for interesting viewing. And here we have Kevin. Took a stab on the flop after raising pre-flop with the Queen 9 suited. Didn't have too much on the flop, but now picks up a flush draw on the turn. But Jon, with the pair of 4s and picks up a gut shot, might feel like he has enough reason to continue here out of the straddle in position. Does look like he is going to flick it in. So this could get interesting on the river, depending on what falls.
So Kevin, a 33% dog here, needing to find a diamond, queen or a 9, and guess what? That's one of them. And now this is going to be an easy one for Kevin to check over. Not expecting Jon to be calling this bet with many worse hands, but Kevin could decide to block here. He's got a few options available to him. Does go for the check, and I'm sure Jon may be happy to take his showdown here. He's got just about enough. It's going to be very hard to get Kevin to fold the ace in this spot. And also Kevin
like he is just contemplating whether he wants to turn it in a bluff, but does decide against it. Takes his showdown value, as you mentioned.
I think it's a well-timed check from Jon McCann. Kevin's going to recognise that Jon's going to have his fair share of bluffs in that spot. And Kevin's river decisions over the last few episodes, James, has been quite commendable, if you like.
Kev's ready.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of fortunate in this spot to make a pair. Would have been a bit more interesting to see if, a different river card. But yeah, just have been impressed by the decisions that he makes. Pretty much in every pot he plays, to be honest with you.
He's on the last time.
And so, James, back to the YouTube chat. Craig Henson saying hello. Nice to have you on board for the DTP stream today, Craig. You've missed out on so much action so far. This is already arguably the best stream on Cash Game Series so far. 10, 25, 50. Action's been plentiful over the first 4 episodes, and today all of their players have got their playing caps on. And here we go, back into the action. Carl Shaw's picked up the Cowboys, potentially going to be getting some action in this spot as well. And let's just sit back and enjoy the action once more, James.
Yeah, Mark, let's see if he is a non-believer again in this kind of situation. It is similar to the hand where he did fire it in with the ace-queen offsuit. Actually, Carlo making it pretty big free here. Does find the call in position with 7s. Taffy just with the Jack 10 offsuit, not sitting that deep, is going to flick it in. So we've got 3k in the middle, Charlie, already.
There you go, 3-way action. Anybody wondering whether these players are getting involved or not, then just take a look at this hand and 3-way action.
Well,
we could
this
be
is
seeing
trouble
some
for Taffy,
trouble
isn't
here
it?
for Taffy. You took the words out of my mouth, James. Taffy with 3k in his stack. We seen him play a spot earlier where he just moved it in with the top pair. He could be about to do the same thing again. And to Carl's delight, he's got the Cowboys. And look at this, he's gone for it again.
Oh, it's deja vu.
Carl has got pocket kings. And again, we're going to see a 10k pot. All in, says Carl. And Taffy is going to be needing to find one of the 2 remaining jacks or 3 remaining 10s. And Carl is in dreamland here, needing to fade a jack or a 10.
And Carl just keeps flopping best against Taffy in these 3-bet pots
and
and
is going to
seals
secure it. Jordan get on the turn. A set of kings is good for Carl, and very unfortunate for Taffy. Flopping top pair and 2 bloated pots. That's the end of today, Taff.
Yeah, and 2 kind of similar hands. Of course, in the first hand, Carl was making a light 3-bet with the 9-7 and flopped a straight. Taffy flopped top pair and got stacked in that hand, and just not too long later, just probably half an hour later from that hand, Carl again, his nemesis, had the overpair and just flopping top pair again with just a pot-sized bet behind, and it all goes in on the flop both times. Not Taffy's evening this evening.
Craig Henson says, go on, Kevin. I can assure you, Craig, it's been a very good start to the stream for Kevin. Really does pick his spots well, the lad. He gets those little value spots in that some of the players may not find. He understands where he is in a lot of hands and does manage to make some correct laydowns as well in spots. We've been very impressed across the series so far in Kevin's play, and I'm sure the results that he has had in these sessions are going to reflect. And look at this! Frenchie! Here he is! He's had his hair cut. Now he can fit his hair on the stream. Frenchie sitting in with 5k, coming to get involved on the action. Mr. Gene Temper, the French reg, coming to portray the skills here at Dusk Till Dawn. 10-25-50 action for Frenchie. Welcome to the game, sir. Frenchie folds kings. On to the next hand.
Yeah, great to see we have a bunch of players lined up.
Yeah, really nice, James, to have Frenchie in the lineup. Very good friend of mine. I spent lots of time in Vegas with Frenchie last time round. Gonna be staying with him again this time.
Oh, nice.
So hopefully we can get some more needles in. Let's see if someone could cut the rest of Frenchie's hair off during this session.
Welcome. You've been warming up on the smaller tables?
So, welcome the French reg.
Mopping up online?
Instantly questioned
nice.
by Carl
Which side?
Shaw of whether he's been warming up on the 1-2 for the 10-25-50. And there you go. Here he is. Let's see what he's got in the locker, the lad. Yeah, really, really good effort from Ryan Brodsky and the rest of GTD for getting some different styles in these cash games, James. We've got all different calibers of player with all different kinds of styles. And again, all competent and all capable of winning. And what's not fun about a lineup that's got it all?
Yeah, absolutely. And here we find Jon making a reasonably loose call out of the cutoff with ace deuce off. Carl raising it up with the ace jack of hearts, and Jon does have a few backdoors here. Does peel one off. And that could be more reason to continue holding the ace of spades. It'll be interesting to see if Carl makes life difficult here for Jon or not, but it does opt to check back. And both players left with ace high. Of course, Carl's is best. He would win at Showdown, but Jon with that ace of spades, does he elect to bluff? No, he does just opt to take his Showdown value, and I imagine that Carl will probably do the same.
Well, I don't know so much, James. Carl may think that his ace high is no good here, but does decide to check back, and it's a well-timed check because it's going to be enough to win him the pot. It would have been interesting to see how Jon McCann would have responded to a bet there, but Carl doing enough to scoop down the pot. And there's another quick look at the chip counts for today's cash game. Carl playing 23,000 effective. Kevin's nearly at 20k now. Whetton at 12.5k. Jon with 5.5. Frenchie's just sat in with 5k. He's looking to establish himself on the DTV live stream. And Mark with the 3k. Another chance to welcome everybody, a very special welcome back to the DTD live stream for the 10-25-50 action. Increased stakes this week. All players decided they wanted to play a little bit bigger, and just to make things a little bit more enjoyable for everybody else, today's episode is 10-25-50. If these stakes are a little bit out of your region, you fancy playing a little bit smaller, a little bit more affordable, DTD offer all stakes of cash games in club. 1-2, 1-1, 2-5, you name it. Or if you're a tournament player, we've got 8-pack running in the background this weekend. The Amateur Association Poker Tour, lots of tournaments on in that schedule. And guess what, if that's not enough, the WPT 500's back next week. £560 main event buy-in with a 500k guarantee. James, any other reason for somebody to attend DTD over the next couple of weeks?
Oh, there's certainly a lot going on, and if you are considering playing some other forms of poker, maybe at the World Series of Poker, of course, lots more going on out there than just Texas Hold'em. There are plenty of non-Hold'em tournaments this weekend with the APAT schedule. Triple stud actually on this evening. You're a bit too late to catch that one. Registration just ended. But yeah, if you fancy playing a bit of horse or round of each, then get yourselves down. Not too many opportunities to play tournaments of this nature, but they are going on this week at Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah, and the big one next week, WPT, the main event, 500,000 guarantee. That's sure to be a big one. Always a good event on the calendar.
Yeah, and James, just want to basically highlight and focus on the fact that Frenchie's played one hand and lost one. Not a bad strike rate there for Frenchie. Is that the best the French reg can do? We want to see your moves, Frenchie. Play one, lost one. What's all that about? So Carl Shaw peeling premium then with the 9-8 of hearts in the hijack. Definitely will be looking to commit some chips into this pot. Mark's got the nice and tidy broadways with the king queen off. Elects to just call. And Jon McCann, a hand that can easily make the nuts, might decide to just call this spot rather than 3-bet, but he has got both options available to him. Does look like he's taking the aggressive route. And using that ace blocker to his advantage to 3-bet to 650. Hoping to take this one down pre-flop. Now Carl's just deciding whether it's worth calling the additional 525 to potentially stack Jon in one of his big hands. But look at this!
Oh,
Carl
wow.
sent it to the sky with the 9 high.
And you know, Carl seems to have a good read in these kinds of situations. This is a pretty light 4-bet jam, but it's, I would presume, very likely to work, unless Jon suspects.
Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Jon McCann has been put in the absolute blender. Gonna have to fold here. Carl Shaw ripping on him for 5 bags with the 9 high.
Doesn't look like he wants to just immediately let this one go.
No,
maybe you know, knows Carl. And,
I think this is about saving face, to be honest, James. I don't think Jon McCann's got any way he can call this one off. But who knows? I mean, 5K, DTD live stream, everybody watching. Flick it in, right?
Yeah, it certainly would be.
I'm gambling.
Oh,
And
look
he
at
does
this!
find the call! Wow! And
Carl says nice hand
luck.
straight away. Let's
You too.
go. Let's see 5. And look at
he
this.
has
11
called
K
dominated, so we'll be thrilled if. Not sure if they've turned the cards face up or not. I don't think they have. Maybe still unaware of what Carl has.
Oh, look at it! He's on the Wow!
Wow! And
Wow,
drawing
dude.
just an ace doesn't
Run.
find it, and
Run
he's
like
gonna.
Carl Shaw. Run like Carl Shaw. Nothing more to say. Unbelievable stuff, James.
What a call, and just gets instantly punished for it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In a dominating position. Will be pleased with his decision when he sees Carl's holding, but not
I can do it.
based on the board.
I mean, let's just take some time again to look at Jon McCann's call there. I mean, you can only say, what a fantastic call. Got his money in an incredible shape. Decided that Carl was messing around. Ace high was best. He's actually got Carl in a dominated position. But when your name is Carl Shaw and you win WSOP bracelets, there's no doubt there's going to be an 8 on the board. And Carl Shaw scoops in an 11k pot in incredible fashion, James.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't see the 4-bet rip come in. Didn't really see the call coming either, but that's what happened. Both players sensing each other's weakness, perhaps, and they were both right in essence. But yeah, Jon pretty unlucky there. Was in
And
about the
look at
most
this.
favourable position he could have possibly expected.
We're playing 10, 25, 50 at dusk till dawn. Carl's playing near enough a 30k stack. We've not seen anything quite like it just yet, James.
No, the chips are flying, the stacks are getting deeper and deeper, and players are getting stacked left, right, and centre.
Well, I can confirm I almost fell off my seat there, and it's not even halfway through yet. Don't go anywhere. Tune into this DTD stream right till the end, because that is only the start. Action is rolling round everywhere here at Dusk Till Dawn, and straight back into it.
And Carl looks like he's playing the rush. Well, you know, maybe paying homage to Doyle Brunson here, because this was one of the pieces of advice in the Super System was, if you win a hand, you should play the next one and play the rush. Might not be the most technical advice that's ever been given, of course, but
yeah, a really nice time to remember Doyle Brunson. We sadly lost him this week, one of poker's all-time legends. And I'm sure if any of these guys do get dealt his favourite hand, the 10 deuce today, we will see an aggressive route taken in honour of Doyle. This time, Carl's got a 10 and a 5 in a hand. You need to have a 10 or a 5 in your hand to make a straight. Well, sorry, you need a 10 or a 5 to make a straight, not necessarily in your hand. And Carl's deciding to play the rush, like you say, James. So here we go. There's pink chips all over the table. Carl's firing away again.
That's 3k, bang, on the turn, picking up that gut shot. And they are pretty deep stacked, these two. They are the big winners in the game this evening. They've run their stacks up pretty nicely so far.
Frenchie looks like he's paying lots of attention, but he's actually probably thinking about what's for his tea tomorrow. And there you go, power poker. Carl Shaw is right back in the spotlight in today's stream.
Say again. Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
And there you go, James. I mean, a lot of the predictions have come pretty well so far. I mean, I did say there could be somewhat a Jon McCann and Carl Shaw show today, and Carl sucks out on Jon, getting them when 30% with the 8-9 high. An 11k pot, one of the biggest pots that we've seen so far in the DTD stream between Jon McCann and Carl Shaw. 8-9 is safe, 8-9 all in play. We've not quite seen anything like it so far in this series. This is definitely the best episode so far. And how could you possibly turn away from the camera right now?
Yeah, non-stop action this evening. It seems like every other hand, a player finds themselves all in. And Carl Shaw hoovering the chips up with a mixture of being smashed in the face by the deck and aggression as well. hasn't really managed to put a foot wrong this evening. Just every time that he gets involved, pot seems to be heading his way, whether by fortune or just sheer aggression. That's a nice little pile of plaques right there. The plaques, of course, worth 1k. The pink chips 100.
Because last week you was like, right, I'm going to play solid from now on. I built my image, and here you are sat with 29k.
I've give action now. I squeeze a 9-7. I squeeze a 9-7 and flop the straight.
Excuse me, can we just take your mic off real quick?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, thanks.
Carl, just talking with a card room manager Ryan there about his fortune, specifically the 9-7 offsuit hand wave flopped a straight, stacked Taffy earlier on in the stream. I think that one might make the highlight reel. Charlie, what do you reckon?
Yeah, there's just no doubt in what these streams are capable of bringing to you, James. Like I said, the action in the first four streams was absolutely amazing, and the action in this episode alone maybe might equate for all of the streams put together. And here we go. This is the first time we've seen Frenchie reach for the pink chips. A player who understands the game very well, but that's about the most compliments he's getting from me today. Really nice to have Frenchie on the stream competing against these players. And Jon Whetton not going anywhere yet. So involved in a inflator pot now is Jean Temper.
And the 4 diamonds now on the board.
We are struggling to see what players have got here, but I mean, me knowing Frenchie, he's probably got nothing.
So this isn't an ironic nickname, presumably, Charlie.
1.7k Frenchie fires for.
I do. Where's Richard? He's left. He's not here. No,
Looks like
And
he's got the
that
job done.
looks like a good sign for Frenchie as he looks his cards and the pot's going in his direction. So, unfortunately, we do miss the action there. Hopefully, we'll get that sorted very, very soon. Frenchie's now involved in the action. Lots of these players definitely capable of making some plays. We've all got some tricks up the sleeve. And, oh, look at this. Frenchie's got a beard as well.
Good to see.
Not to promote alcoholism in any way,
No.
shape or form, like we always say, James, but please feel free to use
So you punted with me.
use the valet to
didn't
get
know
the
you
beers
put
in,
it. I knew
have
there was a
lots of
chance you
fun,
might be.
fly in the spotlight.
Actually,
And
had your hand crushed.
Ali Ayoba says, great awareness from Jon there. Knows a talented player like Carl can be up to no good there. He's blocking some of the higher holdings. Carl can have 2.
No, not the
Unlucky
call me.
shot. So there is
Fishing for
Ali
me as well.
expressing his love for the way
It's a gamble, innit?
Jon plays,
Of course.
and can only agree with what Ali has got to say there. Really nice to have Ali on the previous 2 streams in his home of Nottingham. And hopefully we'll see some more of him and his fancy shirts again one day. But for today, we have got, honestly, James, probably the most fantastic lineup that this cash game series has seen so far.
Yeah, this combination of players does just seem to have produced the most action that we have seen. I'm not sure whether that is just the card distribution or their playing style, probably a combination of the two. And we do see another 3-bet pot here, this time Kevin 3-betting the queens out of the hijack.
So
Jon.
Kevin 3-betting off the 18k stack, and then Jon decides to come along with the King Gate suited, a hand with somewhat decent post-block playability that can make really, really strong hands and get behind, proceeding against aggression here from Kevin. And Kevin out of position to Jon, elects for the half-pot sizing, and with the effective stack sizes and that board texture, Jon not happy to go one card further, so that sees Kevin take that one down.
So if you were playing at the weekend, Charlie, I imagine that means you missed the Eurovision Song Contest.
Well, the Eurovision Song Contest was actually on the TV as I was playing. Unfortunately, not a good enough excuse for me to take a day off, unfortunately. But yeah, Sweden won. The winner was actually really good, to be honest, James.
Yeah, the song's pretty good. It's the first time I've watched it properly for many, many years, but I sat down and watched it with my kids actually on Saturday. Yeah, it was quite good. I must be getting old. I'm sat at home watching the Eurovision Song Contest on a Saturday night. Not a good sign, is it?
Yeah, Eurovision Song Contest was held in my home city of Liverpool, if anybody needed any reassurance of where this accent comes from. And enough on that, because we're going to see some more multi-way action here in the 10:25 50 Streets live at Dusseldorf.
And Jon gets the job done there with just the King 10 high. 4-way. He'll be pretty pleased to pick up that pot after getting very unfortunate against Carl a few hands ago.
Probably don't need to ask this question, but are you having fun, James?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, it's probably the most action-packed stream we've had so far. Chips are flying everywhere, players are getting stacked. And yeah, we've had some very interesting hands as well. Some players taking some unorthodox lines in a few hands as well. And yeah, we're certainly now got a deep stack game. Kevin and Carl especially playing pretty deep against each other.
And here we go. Frenchie defending with the Queen Jack off. Flops a pair of eights. Jon with more equity. Gonna be difficult for Frenchie to win this hand.
Yeah, out of position with just the Queen high, probably just going to be done on the flop, and is.
Yeah, no messing around for Jon. Electing for the half pot size and just taking it down there and then. Yeah, James, so I remember a couple of weeks ago, Frenchie was asking of whether he could get in the stream, and I told him that we might not be able to fit his hair in the camera, and it seems he's had a haircut as well. I hope I didn't, inflict action there in any way, shape or form.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, Frenchie used to own the Sideshow Bob haircut, if you like, James. But
oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Wow, okay. Oh, I'm quite disappointed he hasn't brought that to the stream then. To enjoy the Sideshow Bob look, that's for sure. Let's hope he doesn't step on any rakes today.
So, back into the action, four-way action between Kevin, Jon, Carl and Whetton. 10-4-8 Rainbow is the flop.
Wouldn't be the first time a poker player has been done in by the rake.
Definitely beatable low in these kind of games, James. So much action.
Yes, absolutely.
And Kevin's reaching for chips here with his queen high. Can improve to a straight if a jack rolls off on the river. And Jon McCann in somewhat a tricky spot now with his middle pair with 2 players behind, but looks like he's coming along for the ride.
Yeah, it seems like everyone has a gut shot in his hand pretty much, and just see how many of them want to continue. Got 2 out of 3 so far.
Now, Carl Shaw is very, very good at picking the spots of where to use his aggression, and perhaps he's thinking about getting out of line here with his ace-5.
Yeah, you could be right, but does just let it go. And ace-3 also releasing, so Jon with the best hand and a pair of 8s.
And the river bricks out the board, and if Jon was thinking that he was ahead of Kevin on the turn, he's probably going to think the same thing now. Kevin does give it up, and all Jon got to do is decide whether he can get value from a worst hand or just check back and take down the pot. Really difficult for Jon here to bet and get caught by worst, though, with Kevin firing 4 ways. Can definitely easily have a 10 himself. But it does look like Jon is electing for some form of value here with his queen 8. Like we were saying, James, over the past couple of episodes and today, these are the marginal spots where your better players are, increasing that green line in cash games just by getting these thin value spots in.
Oh, and Kevin looks like he is going to punish Jon for this decision because he's whipping out the check raise. I think Jon maybe just going for sort of some thin value against maybe a worse 8 occasionally with that queen kicker.
But again, the problem with this, James, is it's like, yeah, look, I'm not surprised at all to say what I'm going to say. Jon flicking it in because what's Kevin repping here? Like, when he fires the turn 4 ways, check raises the river. Jon with his 8 in hand. I'm not too sure what kind of holding Kevin's trying to advertise here, and Jon McCann snaps it off very quickly.
Yeah, pieces the story together and came to the conclusion that it didn't make sense and finds the call with a pair of 8s. A nice call there on the river.
Yeah, and again,
it's the first time we've maybe seen Kevin make a misstep like that, where he doesn't rep too many hands.
And there you go, James. We see some high-level poker in the high-stakes cash game. Jon McCann there betting his second pair for value, and Bet calling versus the raise. And now would be perfect timing to introduce the old-school reg, very much still in the mix. Here he is, the man himself, Mr. Mitch Johnson, coming to get involved on the action. Very good, capable player. Plays these stakes on the regular. Very much a tournament reg as well. Mitch coming to display his skills in the spotlight for all of us to see. And we've got quite the lineup with all the different styles here, James. Really, really interesting to watch. Very happy to be a part of it as well, James.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mitch is kind of a similar era to me. I think kind of started playing poker maybe a little bit after me, but I've crossed paths with him many times at Dusk Till Dawn over the years.
Have you got any idea which year it was that you started to play poker, James, or somewhere in the realm of?
Oh, sure, yeah. I started playing poker when I was at university in 2005.
Yeah, so just to let you know, James, that's not long after I started to learn how to walk. I hope that doesn't, inflict any punishment on yourself in any way, shape, or form.
Well, there were times in my university life that I was relearning to walk, so I can relate.
Again, not to promote alcoholism in any way, shape, or form.
That was a long time ago, certainly. But yeah, Mitch, very capable pro throughout the times that I've played against him. Very measured and steady player, certainly, but also very capable of making some moves.
Yeah, Mitch Johnson still residing in Nottingham, I believe. Definitely not new to the stream life whatsoever. Has been involved in lots of cash game streams around the country. This is the first time we've seen him on the DTD cash game series. We're on episode 5 now. I'm sure Mitch will be wanting to have more of an involvement in these games when he sees the levels of action that, you know, are on this table. And we've got an incredible lineup of deep stack poker with some very competent poker players. Definitely some styles that are going to clash and gel during the rest of this session. We've seen some incredible sized pots already with money going in on different streets, including pre-flop. A fair mix of everything. What could improve this lineup? That's the question, James. A little bit of Vinny.
Yes, it would certainly be interesting to see.
Yeah, so we've
Vinny
seen
in this lineup, but
we've seen Richard Berridge drop out early doors today. We believe Richard wasn't feeling too well, so we are sending our best wishes to him. Definitely changed the dynamics of today's game, losing Richard. I'm sure he'd have liked to continue. We definitely would have liked to have seen him continue too. But we do have some very good caliber poker players on this table, providing us with the action. Myself, Charlie Reed and James Atkin, happy to guide you through it all. And here we go, 7-6-4, 2 spades. Not an awful lot for anybody involved in this hand. 685 in the middle thus far.
yeah, but pre-flop aggressor maybe could have taken it down there with a bet, but did have bottom pair. Now picks up a nut flush draw. Jon and Carl, of course, improving to aces. So imagine this will just check through now that it's checked round to Mark.
Well, Mark does have quite a good combo draw to be putting money into the pot with. I do like that Jon checked twice, just recognising that this card isn't going to favour his range and expecting maybe the pre-flop aggressor to bet on this card, like you said, James.
Carl, what's interesting. So do you like kind of building a pot here when you do just have the pair of fours, but you know, you can obviously fire on lots of rivers that improve you.
And look at this, Carl would have made the 2 pair, but it does make the correct fold at the time, and that's what matters. And yeah, getting back to what you said, so it looks like Jon's going to win a showdown there with his pair of aces. But getting back to what you said, James, when we're playing these deep stacks in cash game poker, when you're betting, the better players will be betting with hands that have got good equity, so they can perform well against when raised. And Mark just correctly understanding there that if he is raised in this spot, he's got a very easy continue with his pair and nut flush draw, so does correctly take an aggressive route that didn't work out well for him this time, but I do like this form of aggression.
Shot to do when it's like above your head.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always kind of torn on what to do in those kind of spots, whether you sort of take the free card, try and improve, or whether you build the pot. But yeah, that makes sense to build a pot when you're in a kind of a deep stacked situation. And
we've got
nuts
some
on certain rivers.
And we've got a really nice comment in the chat box there from Ali Ayub. These guys are doing a fantastic job. Hashtag Charlie, hashtag James. We love your support, guys. We can't be everyone's cup of tea, but if anyone has any form of recommendations, if you like, suggestions on how we could make this stream better for you, we'll try and do our best. Sometimes trying to zone out and let you guys tune in with the table talk so you can be at the table yourself and see what's going on. Or hopefully we can offer some sort of analysis to what's going on at this table and have some points of banter as well. Really nice to have a good mix in the commentary booth between table talk and some banter. Keep it fun for everyone. And yeah, if anybody does have any questions they want answering about some of the play that you're seeing on tonight's table, or want to go off on some sort of tangent with me and James, let us know. Come and say hello, whatever you want. Really nice to have a set of loyal viewers that have been around week in, week out. We appreciate you guys very much.
Yeah, I'd be keen to know if anyone else thought Poland were robbed at the Eurovision Song Contest, because they were top of my list and they came 19th or something. So, yeah. Can't have been the only one that liked the Polish entry, surely.
Yeah, so it's nice to know, James, while I was working hard for tables, we can all pretty much guess what you were up to last weekend.
Yes, it's an interesting form of punishment to apply to oneself, but
So, what set the scene for us all then, James? What was it like? Was you wearing your dressing gown with a cup of tea in hand, slippers on, feet up?
well, you
Paint a
see,
picture,
my
you know?
wife had booked an evening off. You see, she went out into town with some of her friends. This was my method of babysitting the children.
Let's get this right. Let's get this right here. Your wife booked a day off work, and you decided to spend it together watching Eurovision.
Oh no, I meant she booked time off from the kids. Essentially, she is what I meant. She had arranged to go out in town with her friends. So rather than looking after my children, I thought I'd just subject them to the Eurovision Song Contest.
I'm sure it's something that many men have done before, you know. And Phil Clark, just to spare you from narrate Mitch later, he's from Derby, not Nottingham. Mitch, very much a proud Derby man. I mean, I'm from Liverpool. I mean, everything's pretty much the same from me. You know, if you're not Scouse, then you're English, right? Thanks very much for that, Phil.
Oh no.
Hoping to see you on one of these streams one day as well. Phil Clark is a very competent operator. You'll be keen to get his hands on some 10.5 big action one day.
Wait until it steams up when he moves a big hand.
Yeah, anybody looking to get involved in one of these stream games, get yourself to Ryan Brodsky, put your name on a list, and we'll see if we can get you involved.
And it looks like Mitch is going to get a chance to get involved here for the first time. And oh, Mark has ripped it in with aces straight off the bat. 2k in his stack. He's just piled that in pretty quickly. It's going to be on Mitch to have a little bit of a decision here.
Yeah, well, James, I think we've seen Mark go all in earlier with the ace-queen in a similar spot, and I'm pretty sure that hand got a showdown, so maybe Carl might consider things, seeing how he played a hand like that earlier, but with ace-10, maybe not enough. Mitch wouldn't have seen that hand unless he was tuned in on the stream, so he's got a bit of a decision now with the pocket eights.
Yeah.
And a well-timed fold there from Mr. Johnson. And now Carl's in a bit of a spot because he's sat with 30 bags and it's 2 bags more if he fancies his ace-10.
I'll give you a spin if you want. Do you want to call?
Wow, okay. I really did expect Carl to just fold this one, but yeah, feeling pretty lucky this evening the way things have gone, and going to be pretty unhappy to see that he only has 7% equity here. So fortunately, finding the funny side.
There you go. Carl happy to flick in the 2 bags. Says, of course you want the call. I mean, why would he lie? He's got pocket aces. Carl is going to be a huge underdog in this hand, but knowing the way Carl Shaw runs, we could see a sweat here. And just like that, we do have some backdoor opportunities, needing to find Broadway or running diamonds. And there you go, James. Carl's needing 1 of 4.
Oh, could he do it again?
For 6-6
Surely not.
Does Carl peel a queen? Nearly. Does make a pair of jacks, but the 2 pair of aces to jack for Mark gonna be enough to get him back up to a healthy 4.5 bags in this 25-50 cash game.
It cost me 2k. Let me get my people seeing what you forwarded.
Mark will be feeling pretty good about that one. Having been stacked earlier makes back some of those losses with the aces here. And even Carl couldn't run him down on this occasion. Straight back into the action for Carl, picking up ace queen suited this time in the cutoff.
What you're looking for, some massive family
And
house.
Whet's on the button with pocket threes. Does come along. And we have some four-way action as the blinds flick it in.
Staying in the same place in Derby. Yeah.
9-7 deuce.
Already got a big house.
Kevin picking up middle pair. Frenchie with that gut shot, and it checks round.
No space for the paddle bats. Paddle equipment. Build your own court. My mate did say years ago I should set up a paddle club. Actually, isn't one in Nottingham, is it?
Oh, with
Oh, right.
the massive
Is it actually a
bets
club, or-
here on the turn. With the ace queen of hearts. Third club comes in. And
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay there,
gets
yeah?
the job done.
How
I
do you,
really
like,
wasn't
book it and stuff?
expecting Carl to find a way to win this hand, but he does. Firing in a large bet on this turn.
Do you have
Perhaps
to
a
take your own
favourable
equipment
card
and stuff?
for his range,
Oh, do they?
as
Yeah.
Frenchie did turn top pair,
Is it?
but against the overbet,
Yeah.
too hard to continue.
I keep being scared. Too scared to play Mitch. Yeah, yeah. Tennis, yeah. Tennis. I don't know.
Something
I've
that
had
we
to
did
think something
see
in coming to tennis.
last week,
I play
Carl,
the guy who plays
sometimes
Paddle today, Lucas.
finding the
I play him in tennis.
overbet in certain situations
Last
and
year we were kind of the same, and then this year is just classical
getting
tennis.
his opponents to fold.
Yeah, he's playing really well at tennis at the moment.
Reasonably strong
Yeah,
holdings.
yeah, I will come play.
Does have a tendency to pick his spots quite
Yeah,
well.
so yeah, how long's left?
So did of course just
That'd
fall
be a
victim
ridiculous
to
comeback.
picking it in with ace-10 offsuit against aces. But that aside, so Kevin with the limping from the small blind, and Frenchie's raising it up here out of the big blind, gets through the straddle, but not Kevin, who defends the 10-3 of hearts, not the flop that he was looking for. I have to imagine that Frenchie will fire in a c-bet here on the ace-high board,
Oh yeah, oh they win it.
and does.
Waffle and Derby.
Kevin lets it go.
They look like a shoe-in for the playoffs.
Got a nice little pot there for Frenchie as he has joined the stream reasonably late after we had a couple of players get stacked in the stream and leave. Also Richard Berridge just feeling unwell and departed. But we do have a full game now. 7-handed here at Dusk Till Dawn.
People with status
Playing 10-25 with a £50 straddle. And Carl, who has done pretty pure this evening for the most part, sat with 27k in his stack, has found aces. Raises it up.
for the 150.
Looks like he will get at least one customer here. John in the straddle. Has pocket fours.
Yeah, look funny.
And we go check on this Jack 9 board. Things not looking too exciting for pocket fours. And having checked the flop, Carl now going for some value with aces. Does look like Jon will continue for one bet. We know that Carl can have a pretty wide pre-flop range, certainly. This time though, just have aces. And Jon not beating too many hands now on the river. I'm sure he was hoping to see Carl check this one back. But Carl's quite the opposite, firing in an overbet. And don't think that is something that Jon can really defend against with the pocket fours. Going to have lots of better hands in this spot. And not really too many relevant blockers. Although you could argue that he maybe doesn't block Carl's bluff. Such as maybe Queen 10 type hands, King Queen, spring to mind, but against that overbet does let it go. You can see that Carl top of the charts.
What are you whispering about?
Here with 28k.
Well, you come here to play poker or coach?
Kevin having a nice evening as well, 15.9.
I'm sure player of the year don't need your coaching, mate.
That's true. Long ways to go yet. I don't know if you get anything for it or not. Yeah, I mean, it's good bragging rights, isn't it?
So Kevin Brown here with the very playable Jack 8 suited, opening it up in the cutoff.
Too many voices in my ears. Not just that
And
either.
Carl Shaw with a very defendable Ace 2 suited.
That's too much information.
So hearts are gonna cause some issues. I don't even get a chance to speak.
Very vocal earlier.
I was about to say the way Carl's been running, he just wouldn't bet against getting some hearts on the board.
And now both players playing absolute huge stacks. If a heart comes off on this turn, there could be some trouble, James.
Yeah, absolutely. That would definitely be cause for some fireworks.
They like saying that. They like
It was
saying
red.
he's a recreational player.
As it goes though, they only have the bare flush draw really going for them at the moment, and it does check through.
And it looks like both players have missed, and now Carl checks his option over, and Kevin's been given the chance to win this pot here, and doesn't
as we've
take
seen
the
a
chance.
few times this evening, yeah, players checking back.
And Kevin deciding to not contest Carl Shaw and bluff this spot, and Carl will take down the pot with relatively ease with his missed ace high flush draw.
Lucky man.
Seen that players sort of willing to let the smaller pots go in this big game.
And there you go, the V-pips so far, James, have been considerably lower than what they were in the last few weeks. However, the action has been double, you could argue.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit surprising to see in some ways that V-pips have dropped a little bit, but
I mean,
yeah,
when you say low V-pips, I mean 40 V-pip is still very, very high, but last week it was like 60s, 70s, 80s, you know, so players are involved here, but maybe we might see even some more from them towards the end of this week. Another quick chance to address why Ali Ayub is not in attendance today, and he said he was going to play today, but he was told by Dusk Till Dawn the capacity would not be able to deal with the amount of ladies in attendance. Well, there you go. There you go. That's a man with confidence. Probably couldn't find an iron shirt today, so that's why we're not seeing Ali. But
Yeah,
got him with us in the chat, watching the stream today.
There was spec forward in that.
Yeah, I
That was
mean,
three
DC
betting
can
exec
only
last
hold
week.
a few hundred people legally, and apparently that is not sufficient.
Yeah. And if you ever thought poker was dead, then Ali turns up with 3 buttons fastened up on his shirt.
It's usually about half 8 or whatever.
I'm easy.
That's the button
I don't think some players don't like playing it though.
So every week we've been having a little chat about your Vegas plans, Charlie. It's creeping ever closer. You getting excited?
Oh yeah, really excited now, James. It's less than 2 weeks until me, Frenchie and James Ablett fly out to Vegas. So WSOP schedule as well within our site. Yeah, really is the best place in the world.
Taffy, you said,
Besides Dusseldorf,
show me
Nottingham, that is.
should have known there's a free bet coming next time.
Yeah, it's going to
Oh
be
yes, Vegas is quite
Smart.
quite a location, isn't it? It's unlike
gonna
anywhere
be,
else in the world, really.
It's going to be very hot. There's going to be a lot of action.
You read it nice.
But even though I'm looking forward to that, it's time to focus on what we have on offer for us here right now at Dusseldorf, Nottingham. Really is action-packed, this lineup. It's probably the best one we've seen this far. And so far, the deal has not been shy in the distribution of some action boards. And it's been interesting to see how the players respond to the situations. And like I say, plenty of different styles on offer for us today, James. And definitely a fun one for the whole audience.
What you did 13 go. Wow.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting evening, and still plenty of time left on the stream. Still got a couple more hours.
And here we go. Here is Kevin balancing his isolation strategy, adding in the suited real ace. And Frenchie coming along with the Jack 4 suited out of trouble. And Wet besides, he is in set mind mode. So we're going to go 3-way to this flop now. 5, 7, 9. All players missed the flop. Whetton 2 still best. Not too sure whether Kevin's going to find a C-bet here 3-way on a flop that's so poor for his hand. And action not, and Frenchie not stabbing with his jack high. Does turn best of it, and when you know you're going to turn a jack, why bet your players off it, right?
Certainly the easier way to win this hand, given the board. It wasn't too favourable for anybody, and that's going to make you feel a whole lot better. Top pair now.
So Frenchie electing for the 40% turn size in here with his jack, and not going to get any action.
So imagine that you are funking for Frenchie to do well in this game, might buy you a few drinks while you're out in Vegas and such.
Oh, well, you clearly don't know Frenchie, James.
I see. He has to win quite a lot for that to be a possibility, doesn't he?
It's going to be some interesting.
Really good established player online. Just the last big town again.
That looked like a really
very, very good contender at this table. And he's actually just won enough to fly it back to France there in that pot gig.
I didn't play in it, but I remember I saw you in it. And you had some ridiculous Amazaki or something.
I assume he quite likes the nickname Frenchie, given that he's chosen for that to be his name on the graphics.
Yeah, if anybody needs any clarification why his name is Frenchie, the man is from, indeed, France. I believe it's Paris, but don't quote me. Pretty sure he said he's from Paris. I should know this. Yeah, he's definitely not from anywhere around here. The guy is one of a kind on and off the table. Really nice to see him on display today. And we've got Gary Spinks in the chat. Spinksy, welcome, sir. Nice to have you on board. Hope you're enjoying the stream as usual. hopefully see some more of one of the greatest guys on the UK poker scene very soon in Gary Spinks. And back over to the action here. Kevin with his open-ender. Jon Whetton coming in for a stab with his back doors. Kevin going to be going nowhere, choosing the passive route here, electing to just call. Will be going heads up to the turn with Jon Whetton. I've seen the dynamic getting built between these guys over previous episodes, and there you go. Kevin's got more to come to battle with. He's now got it straight.
Yeah, and Wets wisely, as it turns out, gives up on the turn.
And now Kevin's just got to decide, has Whetton got a made hand or has he got some sort of misdraw? And Kevin can definitely safely elect to go for some value here. And it looks like he's going big. It looks like he's gone 700 into 1.1. Going for almost a 70% sizing here is Kevin. 800, even bigger.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Jon Whetton with nothing to match him with, and Kevin is going to win that battle.
But yeah, it feels a bit far away. It's pretty far, the distance in it. What's that? Like the size of the turn, it's like a
had
snooker
way,
game.
but that's it there, Kevin, and extends
Big man, it's big
his
like
winnings for the evening. Oh, look, nearly 20k.
Yeah, so I see as well, James, the relegation battle has been turned slightly in Everton's favour over the last week. The bookies have now got them 3-1 to go down, which is a little bit more soothing for me, but still on the edge with that one.
Yeah, you know, that win at Brighton really turned the tides on things for you, and it just looks like, you know, I was looking at the run-ins, and Leeds have got a really tough one. It's looking pretty good for Everton, I think. Going to do the great escape once again, as tends to do. I did read something about new owners, possibly.
Yeah, well, that's what Everton's been praying for a long time, and I'll tell you what Kevin's been praying for right now is someone to have a hand while he's got pocket kings. And Carl Shaw with an ace blocker, he can definitely convince himself he's got two of them in his mind. Looks like he's going to do exactly that. Playing with his plaques and his pinches. Carl Shaw is getting all of its viewers nervous now, attacking Kevin at the wrong time, and this looked like it's going to be... Oh! He changed his mind last minute. Carl Shaw has gone and bottled it.
Wow! Even when he's opting to fold, he's doing it in with great timing there.
It looked like Carl was electing for the side
really
around
did.
2k there, like.
I mean, he was just teasing,
I always do that, like, start off the day healthy.
Carl Shaw just trying to keep himself straight, you know, trying to not get too out of line. Nearly went after Kevin there at the wrong time, but suddenly something told him it was bad time when he managed to find a way out with his 8-9.
Yeah, I know.
Craig Henson's back in the chat again. Go on, big dog. Luton sending all them best wishes to Kevin the Big Dog Brown. Put on another display, and it is again Kevin well in the mix and competing against these guys. And we had Kings last hand, and Mitch decided it's his turn to pick up a hand. 2 red queens for him. Puts in the 3-bet versus Jon Whetton.
Yeah,
and Whetton does decide to call in position here. I'm not too sure on this one, James. This is a hand that can definitely get himself into trouble when he makes top pair. Gonna be crushed against the traditional 3-bet range. As we can see here versus Mitch, he's in very poor shape. And on this board, this is exactly what I'm talking about, James. Can find himself in so much trouble here. When you're making top pair in the 3-bet pot with ace-jack off, you really don't know where you are. And Mitch is going to be in dreamland now, firing away with his overpair. And West has got top pair, top kicker. Really interested to see how out of hand this one could get.
Yeah, he's trying to feel a little bit borderline.
15k.
Peak off in this kind of spot, but of course not going to be going anywhere on this block to 1/3 size.
And this card is going to be no help to Jon Whetton whatsoever. Mitch actually had a couple of options available to him on the flop. He could have even gone bigger than what he did, you know, really putting pressure on West with that strong queen through aces advantage. If he's seen Jon's hand, I'm sure he'd be racing to get as much money in as possible, and that's what he's doing now. Mitch fires again for 1.2k, and if Whetton calls this bet, as we know he will at least be doing, he'll be 5k in the middle. Mitch will have just south of 1.5 SPR, and we could be about to, and he sends it in, and this is not good news for Jon Whetton, because Mitch is going to be looking it up with the queens, and Whetton is in terrible shape for what's going to be another huge pot at the 10.25.50 at Dusthill-Dawn, Nottingham.
Wow, and again, sort of a bit of a merge here in terms of.
Well, James, Jon Whetton just deciding that he's seen enough. He doesn't want to see any more cards, and he believes it's ace-jack's best, but he's going to get the bad news if and when Mitch looks this one up. I don't see any way Mitch can fold, even though he's not liking it. You know, this is a big jam. It's definitely in no means an easy spot for Mitch, but could be in fantastic shape when he calls this one off. I don't see a way out of this one for Mitch, James.
Yeah, there's not too many hands that you're losing to. It's just those random threes, really, that you're most worried about. Pocket jacks seems possible, but
well, at this stage, James, the only plausible three that West could have would be the H3 of hearts. And if H3 of hearts is, you know...
Oh, you're right, combination. Well, yeah, you could maybe have the Ace3 of diamonds as well, but yeah. Yeah, it's not too many combos.
Yeah, there's not too many combos. Most likely it'd be H3 of hearts, and again, it's like pocket sixes, pocket jacks, and would those hands play in this fashion? So yeah, Mitch definitely put to the sword here by West. But if he calls off, he's going to be in a very, very happy mood, providing the river doesn't come a jack or an ace. But Whetton's going to be feeling more and more confident with his hand here the longer Mitch Johnson takes.
Because the problem Mitch has is also, though, that maybe you wouldn't expect worse hands to bet like this.
Yeah, well, Mitch is definitely going to have in his mind that he's 3-bet pre, and he's definitely capable of having queens through aces in this spot. So when he knows his hand looks like that, would his opponent go after him here as such? But Whetton definitely thinking that he's best with his ace-jack, and how can you blame him when Mitch takes this long? And Mitch is going to let it go, and Jon Whetton has got it through, showing the aggression with his ace-jack.
Wow.
Look at this.
Little does Whetton know that he did not want to call there at all. Like, he'll find out on the stream later.
An absolute disaster there for Mitch Johnson, making the fold as nearly 90% favourites, but obviously just giving Jon Whetton lots of credit there for not chipping with a worse hand. Really tough spot for Mitch there, you know, his range very much looks like he's got those really strong hands himself, like the queen through aces. As we can see, he did. And didn't expect Jon Whetton to go after them there, but Jon Whetton decided enough was enough, and the money was going in the middle. And a well-timed form of aggression from Whetton as he makes Mitch look the best hand.
Everyone's going to be abusing it.
Yeah, and I just wonder if Mitch deciding to hold maybe the Queen of Hearts in his hand played a small role in his decision to fold, sort of harder for his opponent to be bluffing with a flush draw, maybe. So yeah, maybe consideration, but
it may be somewhat relevant, James. But again, a lot of players are gonna raise their flush draws on the flop and maybe not choose to turn the flush draws into a bluff on the turn. So I'm not too sure it was the flush combinations that Mitch had in mind. It was more so the sixes full, you know, the jacks full, the ace-3 of hearts, like we said. Definitely not an easy spot for Mitch. Like I say, not expecting players to just go after you there with a worse hand, and again, expecting a lot of Whetton's bluffs to raise on the flop. So definitely a dicey spot there for Mitch Johnson. Does decide to fold his hand, and Jon Whetton gets away with one there with the ace-jack.
Check.
We have a pot here on the turn. Kevin with the nut flush draw and picks up a Broadway draw as well.
And here we go. Looks like
Carl
Carl's
has,
he's got the
yeah,
double
sorry.
check with the 5, yeah. There's
Has
so
the
many
trip.
rivers here where we could be seeing it all just turn into turmoil again. And Kevin definitely happy to stab now with his good shot over card and flush draw. And does Carl elect to call and keep the bluffs in or come in for the check raise? It looks like he's got to put more money in this pot now while he can with his trip 5s. Obviously, it's going to be putting Queen X very much to the, to the sword here in the blender, because as we've all very much seen from Carl in the previous episode, definitely capable of taking a combo draw here as one of his bluffs, as well as his value range containing 5x. And Kevin sticking around here with lots of outs actually. And the river is the king
that's
of
one of them.
clubs. And Kevin improves with enough flush. And after Carl check raises this card, does he decide to do some sort of blocking on the river, go for an additional street of value, or will he slow down? And he's gone for a better 2.6k. And now Kevin has got a decision here. Does he raise for value or does he just call because maybe he perceives Carl to not be able to call with a worse hand? Let's have a look and see.
Just can't get any handies. Nothing involved.
Yeah, that will be what he's weighing up right now. Whether
Yeah.
he can raise.
From Kevin's body language, James, it looks like he's like, well, I don't know which worse hands you're going to call with here. There's only 7.8k in the middle. I'm expecting Kevin's going to just give this one the one chip. Definitely doesn't look 100% comfortable here with his ace-high flush.
Yeah, I know.
Got 5.
And he does announce call. And yeah, you can definitely get behind the just call there from Kevin. Carl's sure a very capable player, and maybe he might not find the call there with some worse hands. Also worth noting, Carl can have some flushes himself. But yeah, a nice pot there scooped in from Kevin, and Carl misses out on a very unfortunate river for his hand. And that moves Kevin up towards the 20k mark.
Crushing us, Kev.
Yeah, and it's the Carl and Kevin show this evening. For the most part.
Yeah, we've definitely got some capable players on this lineup, James. We've got Jon McCann here for the first time on the DTD Cash Game Series stream. He's been involved. Mitch Johnson's now in the mix now, just been involved in a big hand before against John Whetton, who we've seen lots of already. Frenchie's first chance on the stream. Haven't seen too much of him as yet. We'd be interested to see how his involvement develops over the night. And yeah, all of these faces have been somewhat seen now on one of our streams, and all players definitely earning their right to be in the spotlight for all of us to view. All sorts of different styles on offer for us today, James. Really nice to be able to guide everybody through the action.
Yeah, it's been interesting pots non-stop pretty much since we started. And we could have another one here.
Quite edger, to be honest.
Mark with the ace-jack suited, and Carl.
Losing a bit.
I don't think you're slow, Rob.
And look at that.
I don't think you're slow, Rob. I
If
thought you
you're
had king
asking
queen.
for action, then you want a 6-side flop with a couple of hearts, and this could definitely get out of proportion. 3.7k in Mark's stack. Would not be surprised to see Carl bloat this pot, but just recognising that there's so many bad turn cards for his hand, that's not going to be one of them.
No.
And I expect now we're going to potentially see all of the money move in on this turn card. Mark does decide to not continue firing with his ace high, and that could cost him the pot here.
250.
Carl decided that
It could also save him some money, I suppose.
yeah, Carl deciding that his eight's definitely good up to value bet here, and Mark snaps off his quarter pot size in there. An excellent value bet there from Carl Shaw, getting the additional 250 from an ace high holding.
Adam tomorrow.
And there you go.
Oh no,
Carl
really? Is it really?
definitely in the spotlight.
Oh, that's what their reaction
Takes
out
the
of
lead role again in today's 10:25:50 stream. WSOP breaks the winner in 2019. Feeling comfortable in this lineup, playing a huge stack, the biggest that we've seen in the Cash Game Series at DTD Live this far.
98 for me.
And still so much time left in the stream for the action unfolding.
That's insane. That's
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're more than halfway through the stream, but still plenty of time. for some more interesting hands to go down, and it will be interesting to see if Carl and Kevin can more confrontations where their deep stacks come into play.
And there you go. I think that's the first time I've seen 10 deuce out there tonight. God bless Doyle.
We've been waiting for the 10 deuce, haven't we? Let's see if
Kevin decides to use it. Does
You don't want to start time wasting yet,
Kevin.
Kick the ball to the corner flag.
Yeah, that was some bad news this week. Of course, Doyle had a pretty good run.
Did a lady go for a cigarette, walk around the card room.
Yeah, Doyle Brunson really has been for his entire life quite the topic in poker, you know, a role model for many, played on all of the biggest stages in the world, and really interesting, I only found out this week that Doyle Brunson suffered with cancer in his 20s, did have a normal job, and then decided that he was going to live every single moment for the rest of his life, doing what he wants to do, which is play poker, and there you go, he lived for another 60 years, being all over the world in the biggest poker tournaments and cash games all around the world. Main event winner on 2 separate occasions. Sadly losing Doyle this week, but as you say, James, a really good run. And a guy that will be remembered forever in the poker world.
Yeah, absolutely.
I actually had the pleasure of quickly bumping into... Look at this flop of Frenchie, by the way.
Yeah, we were just talking about Doyle, but yeah, this is a pretty
no
big
action
flop.
there for Frenchie. As I was saying, James, I did have the pleasure of bumping into Doyle in my Las Vegas trip about 2 months ago. He was playing 100, 200 in the Bobby's room in the Bellagio. I only managed to get a quick hello in, but you know, it was nice to see the guy in person. And
sixes and that.
he was sixes. So definitely good.
Yeah. I actually played against Doyle once. I wasn't always just a six. Right, so I played Doyle at some pretty high stakes online. It was, I was pretty reckless in my youth. I think it was something silly like a $300, $600 limit holding game. And Doyle would sometimes sit in because he owned a skin on the network, you know, it's called Doyle's Room, and he'd sometimes sit in. So yeah, that was quite exciting for me at the time. I was quite early in my poker career. I was only 22 or something. And,
I wonder how long was left on his contract.
Of course, even then I was aware of how much of a legend he was, and has remained to be.
Yeah, definitely had a good run, did Doyle Brunson. The career was never going to be ended until the sad day came, and unfortunately we lost Doyle Brunson this week. Long may he be remembered in poker. And here we go, back to the action now at Just Till Dawn Casino Nottingham in the 10-25-50 no limit hold'em cash game. 9-5 off is good enough for Carl to stick in at 125 quid. King Jack suited, good enough to 3-bet for Mark, and Carl decided to end that journey there.
That's your team, is it? Lose.
And Gary Spinks has said,
they've got the best man,
R.I.P. Doyle Brunson,
a true
ambassador for the sport. Very much behind that.
I don't know.
Sad day in poker on Sunday when we lost.
No, he said he's the same. He said he's the same. Yeah, he didn't say he's better.
Yeah,
Specifically said he wasn't better.
I would recommend bring out
I love it. You've got to back yourself.
Must be pretty old now, a few years old, but
it
it contains something like 50 of the most interesting hands that he'd ever played throughout his career, up to the point that it was written, and it made for an interesting read. He was at a table when someone just got shot down at one point in time in factories in Texas. So certainly experienced a lot of different things going on in poker with Doyle.
Yeah, done it all.
Illegally too.
Yeah,
You know, playing in the main event against 7,000 other people.
Yeah, Doyle did it all. He's seen a lot, you know. He went from every single stake, and you know his love for the game was clear. And even until the very last days, playing the highest of stakes, you know. And Doyle plays very, very big, you know, but still playing 100, 200 just casually, you know, on a Saturday evening in Bobby's room in Vegas at the age of 89. It's the life that we all aspire to have one day. And Yeah, really amazing character to have a look at for beginning poker players, and of course poker players who still play at the highest levels now. Like Joe Brunson is an interest to everybody. Gonna be very much missed.
100%. 100%.
And Kevin here has got a straight here. Jon with nothing but a bluff catcher, and Kevin checking it over to him on the turn. Jon checking back his option. Spades do roll off. I'm expecting Kevin's going to be coming in for some sort of value here against Jon.
Yeah, it does value bet, and it's going to be pretty hard for Jon to continue.
Jon is getting quite the price in this spot, but really, really hard to figure out what kind of holdings we're going to be to get him. Jon still looks like he's in a little bit of discomfort here and just decided to play it to pay it off. Gonna be good enough of the time to look it up. Jon thinks this time not the right decision, and Kevin again extracting that additional value with the 10 high straight. And Kevin really is getting the best of a lot of this table at the moment, James, as he has done in previous streams. Really a key figure at the table. Now, we do hear that Kevin has spent a lot of time working on his cash game over the previous months and years, and
I just paid you off on the
you really can't see the work he's put in, as he seems to be turning tables over week in, week out, doesn't he, James?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been impressed by Kevin over the last few streams. Certainly,
at least two.
Seems to have a very good feel for the game. And, be curious though to know where he gets the big dog nickname. Perhaps he's a Roman Reigns fan. I'm not sure if he watches wrestling or not, but Roman Reigns is also known as the Big Dog. He's WWE champion at the moment. Kevin looks like he can handle himself fairly well, so probably unrelated though. Looks like Mark's just going to win a small one here, pre with ace king off.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, in fact, Whetton's actually having a decent evening, up 5k. The big winners are Kevin and Carl, of course. Kevin did just take a fair chunk out of Carl's winnings so far. A few hands to go with the ace-jack of clubs against Carl's flopped trips. But both faring very favourably this evening.
And there you go, Kevin, the big winner so far today with 17.5 bags profit. Carl Shaw just south of 15k profit. Frenchie hasn't had that much involvement so far tonight. Did join tonight's stream late as a replacement for one of our dropouts, and Frenchie's involved with the suited king jack. Mitch is coming along with the suited connectors in the 9-8 of hearts. Jon McCann's got a couple of suited cards. Might fancy his chances with the queen deuce. And Kevin's going to be going nowhere with his pocket nines. We could be seeing some carnage here, James.
Yeah, we're going to be 4 ways to a flop with 1k sat in the middle already. And
No. Unfortunately, I've got one in my pocket.
playable hands here pre-flop. Let's see what the flop brings.
And 7-3-4 flush draw, not going to be enough to get a lot of action. Pretty nice that Kevin's got position in this spot, with the overplay to the nines. He's going to be liking that flop quite a lot. Only one possible straight. Of course, a club in hand as well, which is always good.
And Mitch opts to take the lead here with some backdoors. But of course, Kevin will be continuing. Will he elect to call or raise? And he just threw a puck out there. I'm not sure if it's as a call or as a raise.
Kevin's decided to fast play his pocket nines, and luckily for Kevin, not enough for Mitch to continue.
This is the Kev show, this is. Yeah, Kev's
Kev is not
decided that it was the best approach to take the lead in the pot there, but
I need some coaching
Lots
from you,
of
Kev, I
bad
think.
turn cards for ninth there.
Not
Does have
listening
to
to Eddie
proceed
anymore.
with some sort of caution. Lots of cards on that dynamic board that can change it a lot. 5 or 6 are deuce the club. Kevin decided to end it there and then and takes down a healthy pot.
Yeah.
That was you?
Yeah,
That was you? Oh, wow. Wow.
The players there just calling
What, did
this
you hear
the,
about
the
Oh, I
Kevin
didn't
show.
Sick.
Sort of recognising that he's had a pretty good evening this evening, winning lots of pots.
$700.
Carl 3-betting out of the straddle here with the ace-jack suited. Frenchie with a fairly weak holding does let it go. Was dominated in terms of diamonds.
You said Star Wars, right? Yeah. 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 I know, yeah. I don't think, like, you should have to be paying the difference. Yeah, it's like... Yeah. Yeah. It's a good, yeah. Like, you should have, like, said before, well, I'm not sending you, if you don't... Oh, is it? Oh, yeah. I think you're on the right. Stato, if you're listening, Mitch is right. Like, unless it's said beforehand, like, you know what I mean? Yeah. 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 That's, yeah. How much did you cash for it in Monte Carlo in that main event? Is that it? Sick how he went out as well.
An interesting turn card here. Mark picking up the straight flush draw. Kevin picking up second pair, and the straight does come in for Mark. About 40% on the river. Kevin though now just a third pad, goes flick it in. Quickly showing the bad news.
Mark. I think Reese is saying say hello.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
What have they got, Wadey?
He's watching from holiday.
Tell me what they've got. Tell me what they've got.
He's watching from holiday. He's on holiday, isn't he?
Yeah, so I can't wait to see him.
Holiday.
There you go, James. Almost 80k in play now.
Good man he is.
Yeah, it's top lads.
Yeah, this is the most that we've
It's Mick's going. Are you going on?
seen on the table in all the streams so far. Of course, that was always likely to happen with the stakes
Oh, different game if that
Double.
heart comes, Kev.
previous weeks.
Would have been messy. Okay. Big quotes, big poker quotes. Yeah.
Especially if the boys with the gents' toilets in there. How do you get away from it?
nice to hear the players chatting a bit. They maybe had been a little bit quiet earlier, but now they're probably settled into the game. Always a friendly game at dusk till dawn.
There's still a couple of hours left to play tonight, and we go head to a club of King 4-6 Rainbow.
And Mark picking up backhands there. Things picking up for him slightly after getting stacked on his first buy-in that hasn't reloaded and throwing a little bit better with this.
Oh, right. So if I get stacked, you'll go to the cage.
I wonder if Mitch has found out about his queens being the wrong fold.
We've got him topping up.
Well, he won't be too pleased to see that when he watches the screen back. Certainly a difficult spot. Not sure if we'll have reached the delay on that. Of course, the stream on a 30-minute delay, purely to protect the players. So Jon checking back the deuces. Mark though, just with king high, he's gonna take a little stab here on the turn. Jon with the deuce of hearts. And that, of course, that pair, it is just a very small stab though. And Jon will quite like to see that card. Mark does fire again. Maybe going to have to go a little bit bigger this time to get the job done. And he does fire out. And pretty brave bet by Mark here. Did absolutely nothing. So credit to him. We haven't really seen him step out of line too much this evening.
Jon definitely in some sort of spot here, unblocking all of Mark's potential bluffs, and look at this, he picked it off with the deuces.
Cheers.
Wow, fucking hell.
Yeah, and that's a pretty nice call there from Jon.
That was a good guess. That was it.
Yeah, perhaps that
Chip count.
that small turn bet maybe was the thing that didn't make too much sense to go so small on the turn and so large on the river when the board has herring on the river. And Jon sniffs it out. So credit to both players in this hand.
Yeah, Jon McCann definitely holding his own in this lineup, James. A new addition to the GTP live stream. It's his first chance on the game today, putting on a display for his viewers.
Yeah, he's done well, certainly, and very unlucky in that spot earlier when he got it in pretty good against Carl pre-flop, making a
How big's a paddle bat?
pre-flop call all in. could just ace-9 suited, and it was the correct decision. But
How long's the handle?
of course, the
here we
poker
go.
gods do not always reward good decisions in poker.
We've not seen too much aggression from the French Dragon himself tonight. He's got the king, he likes to use these bluffs with removals to like hands like pocket kings. And look at this, Mark's coming out with a lead, and Frenchie with nothing. Probably going to be giving this one up. Did decide to pump it up with the pocket kings pre-flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
So you have to let the serve bounce. So
Strong
where's the best
lead
place to
here
serve
from
to?
Mark.
Into the corner.
But not too much that Frenchie can really do with the king deuce of clubs.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing for him on this board, and just let it go.
He's either hit so hard or not. Yeah.
Little shout out to
Tournament players don't like to fold.
Glenn Townsend, who works at Bristol Dawn.
Tournament players, Mark.
In the background, he will be sweating the League One playoff this evening.
Yeah, I'll pretend I'm going to come in a
Just on
bit.
penalties, so I can imagine that Glenn is sat somewhere at Bristol Dawn
You'll get me eventually.
with his fingers crossed,
Just swinging
sweating the result on that one.
True, that is true. Also true.
Peterborough, they're up on the first leg and they've let it slip all the way to penalties.
Is it, yeah?
That's incredible.
Is it that enjoyable?
Yeah, it's looking good.
Can I get a sausage and mash?
Avid
please?
fans.
When it comes out, I get a Coke with ice as well, or Pepsi. And then when it comes, I'll have it just out there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, please. Or no, glass of Coke. That'll do that. Yeah. Thank you.
Have a Diet Coke, please, love.
So Mitch whipping out a 3-bet from the straddle with 2-3 off. Gets the job done.
I could just say that. Oh my god. Check the food. Yeah, it's not good for you. Can't believe he's done that. Ace trap. Yeah.
No discount, mate.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Do you have the bad news yet?
Which is definitely on tilt now.
Yeah, he's ready now. I feel like he got bluffed twice as well. Another time as well. Can't remember.
That wasn't a bluff. I think it was.
Chef Kings, yeah. He knew you had kings, he said.
Queens.
No, queens. He knew you had queens, sorry.
Well, I did when I realised you had a decision.
A 6-shot bet was it? Nearly folded kings earlier, Free. Yeah, you gotta have a little splash. No gamble, no future.
It looks like the bad news has been delivered to Mitch.
Is he
The
good for
player's
credit?
just talking about the hand where he folded queen. And an interesting board here. John has flopped a straight with a straight flush redraw. Mark has the up and down straight draw with the jack of spades. Kevin has the queen of spades, but it does check through. So now Mark, with the highest straight, has the lead. John's all the way down to a 4% hand, having flopped a straight.
John's also thinking, James, you can make a straight flush with a jack or a 6 of spades on the river.
Yeah, just still have outs, but of course we can see that the jack of spades isn't available. So just that one out. And they can tie with a queen. So Mark is, oh okay, Mark is raised here, yes, I see. Yeah, Mark is raised here, and John's flicking it in with the straight and the straight flush draw. Board pairs on the river. Mark still finds the value bets.
Yeah, Mark rips it in now with the top straight here, and again, I think John can work this one out and potentially find a way out in.
Yeah, this 10 on the river means there's quite a lot of hands beating John here in reality. Of course, flop flushes, highest straight is possible, full houses.
John does think he's sharp, and it's whether he wants to put in the 2.2k to find out. Not going to like the result he gets if he puts the blacks in.
Yeah, flicks it in. Gets bad news.
Nice one.
There you go, quite the cooler there for Jon McCann as Mark scoops in a 7.9k pot. And there you go. The chip count change once more. John.
I didn't think it had a flush.
The red now.
No, but
Next 3.5 feet down. Frenchie's breaking even. Good night for Frenchie. Mark 3k up. Whet's 4.5k up. Carl just south of 15k. And Kevin just north of 15k. Very big gamers today, James.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
And also really nice.
50.
Also really nice for Frenchie as well. You know, breaking even in the game. A really good result for him so far.
I mean, sometimes you take break even and you can be happy with it, but yeah, hasn't had too many hands get too involved with so far. Lots going on around him though.
Yeah, I've got some reliable sources telling me that Frenchie's looking forward to battling it out in the 2040 in the Aria in Vegas this summer.
Yeah, that sounds like that might be quite a tough game 2040 during the World Series.
And this is your time now, Mark, so we'll wait.
Mark didn't opt to see that with the ace queen here. Looks like he's just going to check the showdown. Well,
And
not
look
anymore.
at that. No need to bet when you know you're going to make the best hand anyway. Unfortunately for Mark, may not get much action here. John decided he's got to river with one of his worst hands.
He's
So
over-betting here on the river as well, so this has worked out quite well for Mark.
But
the
decides to
hands
rep
lie.
big hand, but he's repping it at the wrong time, and Mark snap makes it 2k, and John is just gonna snap muck his cards in disgust. There you go. Don't bluff me, mate. I just rivet the nuts.
Oh, he's picking up some cards now. The heater's on. Come on, Mark. Come on, Mark.
It's steamroll.
Let's fucking out, yeah. Let's be having you. Let's see you spin that up to 20 grand.
Do some change for it.
Kev's gonna
Looks
get
like Mark's paid back pretty much what he lost from his first
It can come from anywhere but me.
YN. Carl, King of the Mountain though, still 25k.
Kev, you know, in a full brick.
For those of you just joining the stream now, this is the 10, 25, 50 no limit holding cash game at Dusk Till Dawn. This week, APAT is back at Dusk Till Dawn, so if you fancy a tournament schedule, then Dusk Till Dawn is your place. And then cash games are on offer throughout the casino as well, all over the weekend. And next week, WPT 500 returns, a £560 buy-in, 500,000 guaranteed main event. If you fancy locking yourself up a nice tournament score, competing in that field, you know where to come. Dusk till dawn, Nottingham next week. Non-stop, round-the-clock action. And for those of you joining in to just see what's going on in this game, it's been non-stop action since the very start of the night. And it is by no means over yet. Tuning back in, Carl is in there with the suitor Queen 10. Whetton with the King Jack off, and Mitch is in there with the Ace 7. King 7-8 flush draw. And action checks over to Mitch, deciding to not see bet on this flop. Now we are on a double flush draw board. Carl potentially with a stab contender there with his suited Queen 10. Decides to check. Now Jon Wetton coming in for a mix of value and some protection with his King Jack. And as we can see, Carl definitely going nowhere with his Queen Eye flush draw, but Mitch deciding to hang about as well with the Ace of Hearts and his pair of sevens. And now Carl Shaw with an incredible price to draw with his Queen Eye flush draw. But forget about that, he's coming in for the check raise. Carl Shaw again, very, very good at, you know, picking out these marginal spots where he can just put lots of pressure on his opponents and make life very difficult. And look at that, does get Wetton to pass the best hand. And now Mitch with nothing he can really do, and a well-timed form of aggression there from Carl Shaw.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we sometimes see these larger than average raises and bets from Carl, and they're quite effective in the spots where he chooses to employ them. Yeah, it certainly cleans out the field when they have marginal to reasonable hands in these kinds of spots.
Yeah, it really is difficult to play against the likes of Carl Shaw. Like, you can be sat in a hand, and if you don't have the nuts, he's gonna have you in a little bit of a tricky spot. It's really tough to just make the 1.8k call on a turn there. Knowing Carl, definitely capable of making you play for a lot on the river. Really tough to hang around and be brave with just them one pair holdings.
It's a good winner.
Yes, absolutely, and that is the beauty and the effectiveness of some of Carl's bets, putting players to the test for their whole stack, at least psychologically.
Yeah, very, very capable post-flop operator is Carl Shaw. Very good at recognising those spots. You know, a player with a game built around aggression, most can acknowledge. A very, very successful cash game player and bracelet holder is Mr. Carl Shaw. And a quick look at the chip counts there. Frenchie sat in last position.
You like to get the needle.
Yeah. Forget about the leaderboard. Just want to emphasise that Frenchie is at the bottom of the league here.
Yeah, I thought they were doing
Just to mention, I saw... Sorry, go ahead.
Question, James, what do Frenchie and Everton have in common right now?
Come on, Mark, let's see what that means.
League standings? Is that what you're alluding to?
Any of my winnings,
Yeah, back to you, James.
Have you made a...
Looks like it's misery for Mr. Glenn Townsend, if I'm looking at this right. Yes, oh dear.
Oh yeah, that's a good shot now.
Disappointment, Peterborough. So I did see that Glenn posted the trophy designs for the WPT 500, looking pretty snazzy. Not 100% certain if they're available in the side events. I think maybe that they are. Do note a pretty nice schedule here. 7 events in this little WPT festival over the bank holiday weekend.
Cooking pizzas, yeah?
£100 6 max is in there. We've got a 2k high roller.
He's probably watching, isn't he? Yeah. Yes,
Of course, the main event.
Cook us a pizza up, lad.
Super high roller is actually the 2k. We have a 1k high roller, £100 bounty tournament towards the end, and then a £100 finale. So plenty of events to get involved with, whatever your bankroll. And of course that 500k guaranteed main event. And you can come down to Distilled On and have a look at the new sets, because it's right on display. The Distilled On, it looks pretty snazzy, not going to lie, with the LED board there, as you can see it at the moment.
You said it at the start of the news, and that it's mad, ain't it, man?
So it seems that we have roughly an hour and a half left of today's cash game stream, James. The action has been plentiful. Chips have been shifted all over the table. As you can see now, some players are playing absolutely monstrous chip stacks here, and the action is by no means over yet. Some players are definitely not finished in war right now. Sure, Frenchie will be looking to get involved in a few more pots.
Probably two.
And John Wetton definitely had a fair share of involvement today, and it would suggest that he'd be having even more this hand, flopping a straight flush draw.
Yeah, pretty nice hand here in position, and Carl just with the pocket fives elects to fold.
The Triton? Yeah. Oh, the EPT? Yeah, the one they're going to do, yeah, is it EPT one? Is it the EPT or is there a different one?
I don't know. They had it last year there. They reckon the hotel is really
Yeah, I heard it's really
yeah,
nice.
the only bad thing about Carl's session today is that
You're on about Merit place? The Merit Casino?
Yeah, I think that's what it is, yeah.
They got an EPT on there. I thought it was after September, but I ain't really checked.
Definitely September.
what's the score, James, on getting the Birmingham accent turned down there? Can we turn Carl Shaw's microphone down a little bit?
There's a lot of downloads get consumed.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've got the filter for that downloaded. It would be a...
Frenchie making a disciplined fall with a 10-6 off. And we've got the battle of the suited connectors here. Mitch and Mark are about to see three.
So yeah, Mitch opting to raise the pot here rather than just check it back with the 6-7 suited. Not going to be overjoyed with this board, but does elect to see that.
Mitch's got to be pretty happy with this board, you know, with that bottom pair. He's got some removal to potential flop sets and two pairs. Lots of backdoor action as well. Also, worth mentioning as well, this board is going to be very, very favourable for the flop raiser. And this is the card that could definitely see Mitch potentially double barrel on, picking up that additional equity with his pair of sevens. And now, not going to be much Mark can do with his hand, and then also a lot of the Jack X he could potentially contain in the spot, and some Ace X potentially folding out now as well. And Mitch with the well-timed form of aggression again, taking down the 1.7k pot there with a pair of sevens.
Yeah, that's what they tune in for.
Definitely.
And Carl Shaw sat predatory like a vulture, just demanding the big pots with the players at the rest of the table. You know, one thing you can say about Carl, he's a very personable guy. He's involved in the table talk. He's making the rest of the players comfortable to play the table with him, as they should be, you know, because he can get rid of them as easily as he can gain them. He's definitely a guy that's not afraid to give access to Carl Shaw.
What life?
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see Carl having a good time chatting with players. Of course, it's a little bit easier to have a good time when you're winning so much, but no, he does have this demeanour, whether winning or losing. I think he's yeah, certainly good for the game. Good bit of banter as well from
What did he have?
Carl. And it's good to just watch him play, because he does just have a good mouse for poker.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, James, that John Wetton's missed a potential c-bet spot on the flop here. It's a flop that is going to smash the opening range of the pre-flop raiser with that queens and kings and ace king and aces advantage. However, these Broadway cards are going to be somewhat in the range of Kevin on the button, but not this time. But Wetton doesn't need to have any consideration like that when he knows he's going to backdoor the ace high flush. And Kevin actually paying it off there with the 7 as well when Wetton decides to not bet until the river. Yeah, potentially a missed c-bet spot on the flop there from Jon Whetton, but luckily the deck smashes him in the face to make things easy enough for him.
Is that, yeah, just do it. There's no food there. Alright, cool. Thank you. Have some ice as well. You got to pay for the privilege.
I should have known John was paying out.
Not sure.
And if you would like to buy into any tournaments at Dusk Till Dawn, this week it is APAT, next week WPT, plenty going on. Check the schedule on the Dusk Till Dawn website, dusktilldawnpoker.com. If you check out the link /club, then that's where the schedule is. And the easiest way to buy into tournaments is with Looks on Pay. Download the app, get involved, make an account. You can just buy into Dusk Till Dawn tournament in advance. Nice, easy way to get involved in the action.
So Jon Whetton here coming in for a very strong bet size on the flop, and Jon McCann drawing to the nuts, coming along, and Carl's going nowhere either with the second pair and backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. So potential some danger turns for Jon Whetton here. That's not going to be one of them.
No, Whetton's going to be feeling pretty good about his hand.
Yeah, and this should get the job done now, but you never know, maybe Carl could stick around with his pair. Pretty hard to flop a pair, you know.
Yeah,
So,
it's gone reasonably small, I suppose, on the turn. Perhaps enticing Carl to continue.
yeah, Carl's not going to be in love with this jack. It's going to connect with a lot of Whetton's bluffs.
Interesting that Wets didn't find a value bet on the river.
Yeah, it's
Perhaps,
really tough. It's really tough, James. I think it's the dynamic you're playing against Carl. You know, it's like these thin value
Yeah.
spots. You can soon be eating your words as soon as you put in those chips when Carl sticks it back on you. But yeah, it's definitely a card that Carl would not have favoured, as it's going to connect with a lot of Jon Whetton's potential bluffs. And Carl happy to lose that pot and send the money in the direction of Jon Whetton.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just it is a little bit difficult to value bet Carl Finley because you never know when he's going to just stick it in your eye and give you a very difficult decision. So just get some of those more conservative checkbacks from time to time for that reason.
And opening up the action this time is Mark. He's got the fourth best pre-flop hand in pocket jacks. Jon McCann is in there with the two pictures. Let's see which way he decides to play this hand. Craig Henson in the chat. What are you saying, Charlie? Nice to have you on board, Craig. Hope you are enjoying today's stream. Lots of action here at Dusk Till Dawn. And straight back into it, Jon McCann choosing to take his broadways as a 3-bet bluff. Pops it up to 800. And Carl Shaw's got a pair of threes. Just deciding whether he wants to put in £800 to try and make a very strong hand, or if he might wait for a better spot and get involved elsewhere.
Yeah, seems a little bit reluctant to fold, but does find the fold in the end. But Mark is going to continue, of course, with jacks, electing to just call.
So heads up to the flop now, and Jon actually flops best. Got to be getting at least one street of value here from Mark. It's going to be interesting to see what size Jon chooses to take here. 1.7k in the middle. It is a dynamic board. Might not want to lump in all of the money too fast, but with the SBR of 2, not much he can do. We'll be wanting to set up a turn jam. Does elect for 650. And it
looks
looks
like Mark's whipping out a raise. We have seen this a couple of times this evening where players may be slightly overvaluing their hands.
Yeah,
Sort of the value bluff, as it were, coming out again. And
yeah, Jon just decides to get in all the money now with the amount that's in the middle. Sends it with the king, queen, and now Mark, not really much he can do. Gonna have to call it off, and he's gonna have to be needing runners or one of the remaining jacks. Here we go. There was one of the runners we were talking of. Needs not that.
Yes. Not the river he was looking for. Did pick up, of course.
And Jon McCann chipping up back towards the 5-figure stack size. 3-bet getting it in with the king, queen on the queen, 7-8 versus the jacks. Got his money in very good shape there with Jon McCann. And chips will be heading in his direction any second now.
Yes, and Jack's a notoriously difficult hand to play, but getting himself in a bit of bother there on the flop. Mark sort of elected to raise and go with it. Jon was sat there though with king, queen, top pair, and rakes in a nice pot.
And from my calculations, James, there's just south of 90,000 on the table at the moment. So this game definitely has picked up since the start. Almost double the amount of money on the table than what we started with. We did know this one could blow quite out of proportion, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. As players moving chips around and reloading, we're getting deeper and deeper. Could have £100,000 on the table at some point this evening. Pretty crazy stakes here at Dusk Till Dawn.
And time to get on the Frenchie action tracker. Frenchie with an easy opening in the hijack, raise it to 150 with the suited king X. Jon McCann coming along with the call with the pocket sevens.
Well, they've poured it back from 4-0 behind.
And now we're going to see a battle between two very competent cash game players in Jon and Frenchie.
Yeah.
So Jon McCann 7 still best. Frenchie decides to not see bet on this board. And now this is a board where Jon McCann will probably be looking to bet small and deny some equity from some of Frenchie's overcard hands. And not a great flop for Frenchie. Interested to see how he proceeds in this hand.
Win it if you're going to put your money on.
Yes, not too much out there for Frenchie, just the one spade, one overcards. 6.
There'll be some like big fans.
Kind of working, but not really.
100s to 1, surely.
Yeah, Frenchie deciding to just check fold there. Not enough going on for him. And deciding to not put Jon McCann to the test there. Got to believe what he's got to say and get out the way. And Nick Wright said they're calling them in from all over to try and take down the big dog. Yep, 100% Nick. Kevin Brown, a very tough poker player to contest. Definitely up considerable amounts in extreme games. Really nice to be able to watch him work the moves again tonight. And Craig Henson has said, you play poker, Charlie. That would be very true. I play poker full time, Craig. Do a bit of commentary on the side. Really nice to be guiding everybody through the action of the game in tonight's DTD 10-25-50. Having just as much fun today from the commentary booth as I do at the table. Really nice to check out the action here in the high stakes cash games of Dusk Till Dawn.
So Mark finds the jacks again, and this time it's just going to send it in. Pre-flop.
Yeah, and if jacks are too difficult to play, then this is how you play them. Get all the money and hope for the best.
I've been asking for a count. just has the king queen off.
Yeah, not really much that Kevin can be doing here, to be honest. Regardless of whether he thinks Mark's on tilt in any way, shape or form, far too difficult to put in 3 grand, especially with Frenchie behind them. As we can see, Frenchie's not going to be calling this bet. And not enough going on for Frenchie at the moment. Mark taking it down pre-flop with a pair of jacks.
King queen as well, is it? Wow.
Of course, it was the king queen against jacks in his hand, a little bit of deja vu. But Mark managing to avoid the king queen on this occasion.
So me and James tonight absolutely loving the action that's been on offer from dusk till dawn. We've guided from the start and we'll guide it to the end. If you guys like what you see and you want to see more of it, head to the DTD live page on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. Give the video a like if you like what you see, and then every single week, dusk till dawn, we'll be able to provide you guys with some sort of cash game action. All of the information will be on Dusk Till Dawn's Facebook page and DTD Live on Instagram. Make sure to follow DTD all around, and you will know exactly where and what the action will be. Definitely still a work in progress. 5 episodes into the cash game series since Dusk Till Dawn turned its cameras back on and began to stream cash games again, improving week by week. Lots of money being invested into this, and it's really nice to see the direction of which these streams can be going with Dusk Till Dawn. And straight back into the action, Frenchie versus Jon. Both players flopping nothing, Frenchie with some handy backdoors in there, and Jon McCann looking to just bet this one and take it down, you'll hope. Lex for a 40% sizing, just north of. And Frenchie playing 4K, may decide to peel one off or just get out the way. Looks like he's coming in for some raisin chips actually.
Yeah, I was kind of half expecting to see an insta-muck there, but does elect to raise, and it's good timing here.
Yeah, Frenchie just recognising, James, that Jon's going to be c-betting this board too wide, and Jon understands that Frenchie can definitely be going after him as well. He's definitely going to peel off one in position here and see if Frenchie can carry on telling the story on the turn.
Yeah, and a fairly loose defend now with.
And there you go. Look at this for a turn card. If Frenchie was starting to be a little bit worried, this would be a card that he won't mind battling on again. Does pick up the additional equity with the hearts. I expect Frenchie will continue to tell his story here, and if he does, there's not an awful lot you can imagine Jon McCann can do about it, James.
No, indeed, just defending the A6 of diamonds. Not too much going on in the way of being able to improve for Jon. Just hoping that his ace high would potentially be enough for him to win this pot. Seeing what Frenchie is going to do on the turn, but against this aggression, with the stacks as they are, will be very difficult to continue for Jon, that's for sure.
And a very nice play from Frenchie, putting Jon McCann in the blender with his queen high. And takes down a nice pot. We haven't seen that much of Frenchie tonight. Did join the game late. We did just see he's got that aggression in the locker. The French reg applying that pressure to Mr. McCann. Taking the W in the battle there is Jean Temper.
I think Carl went back to the toilet, so it's like just three-handed. I don't know what they do, like...
So it looks like a couple of players stepping away from the table for a couple of minutes.
There was like a few minutes where there was just no hands dealt.
Yeah, interesting to note that Frenchie's name is Jean, and he goes by the surname Temper. He did tell me the reason why, I don't know why, but his actual real surname is far too hard to pronounce, so don't bother asking any questions. All you need to know is he is French, he's a great poker player, and he's got quite a spontaneous haircut.
Well, I'm just quite pleased for him making life easy for his commentators here, not having to pronounce anything too difficult on the stream.
So Jon McCann involved in the cut-off once more. Mark peeling along on the button, and Mitch happy to defend the saddle. And this is a board that is going to connect with Mitch and Jon immediately. So Mitch flopping middle pair, Jon with the gut shot, going to be happy to see bet on this flop. And Mark sandwiched between the two, not much he can do in there with his queen nine. So Mitch going to be happy to at least call in the spot. May even raise this hand small frequency. Does decide to check call with the 7-8.
Yeah, and it's certainly the 8 is going to get him in trouble if it does land. But
and the king on the turn is going to be fantastic for Jon as the free flop raiser does improve him to the out of a queen. So 8s and queens working for Jon now, expecting to battle this turn card pretty big versus Mitch. Just putting that pressure, making 7x fold out, and even some of Mitch's jack x. Does elect for the chunky pot size bet, and now Mitch with nothing he can do but fold, and aggression at the right time. Good understanding of board textures there from Jon McCann. Takes Mitch off the pair of 7s.
Mitch has been playing with me too long. I paid for his first house. He's probably hoping I'm going to pay for his second one. You have?
Jon alluding that Mitch has been able to buy a house with the winnings that he has taken from him. Not sure if that's quite the case.
Yeah, Mitch Johnson definitely been holding his own in cash game and tournaments for several years now. Very experienced player. And Jon McCann, the first we've seen of him on tonight's DTD live stream. Do follow Jon's play in the UK. Very successful player. In the 10-25-50 streets tonight at dusk till dawn. Was unlucky versus Carl Shaw earlier with the ace-9 versus the 8-9. Made a very good call. Got pretty unlucky, but this is why you don't contest Carl Shaw. If it's a battle of luck, you're going to lose.
I don't know. Who won?
And all players happily involved in the 10-25-50 streets.
That's like
no scared money on this table, James. Everybody happy to get involved and apply some pressure to each other.
Yeah.
Lots of action on tonight's cash game stream.
No, you're absolutely right. Nobody too shy to get involved, that's for sure. Seen
that was
all the players
first leg. Is that your team, Mark? Peter,
get involved at some point in some pretty big hands.
It's pretty insane, that.
All have their own moves that they've whipped out of their arsenal at times this evening. Although I'm sure nobody's too disappointed to see Carl Shaw sitting out a few hands, just giving them a little breather here. Looks like Jon's elected to make a light 3-bet here with the Queen 8 suited. Which takes it down.
So Frenchie having a very good night, winning £100 so far. Carl's playing 25 bags, Mark down to 3.4. Lots of big stacks at this table.
So we've got Jason Chung asking in chat if Sam Trickett still comes to Just Till Dawn, or whether he's living up in the US. I'm afraid Not really sure what Sam's up to these days. Haven't seen him personally at Dustle Dawn for a while, but he is a little bit of a higher stakes player than my good self, so that might be one reason. But of course, the VIP room at Dusk is named after Sam Cricket, so still has that connection. And I imagine some of these players
Sausage and mushroom, yeah. Nice, man.
have been regulars in the VIP room at Dusk
Have you just had it now?
in the past.
No, this is what happens. I eat healthy all day, and then gets to this point, I'm just starving that.
But now we get to see that game live and in the flesh on stream.
Before Vegas, we was trying like cut out fizzy drinks and sugar.
Yeah.
But it's hard.
I'm trying to do like, I ain't trying to cut out all fizzy drinks because that's too tough. I'm like trying to like limit myself.
So we
to
have
two
some
a night.
marginal holdings here in
Fizzy
this
drinks a night.
that part.
Like, if I'm playing it throughout the night.
Yeah, I find it hard to cut
All
them out.
players flopping a little something,
Find myself
but
drinking loads
only a
of
little something.
shit. You're going to be training
Just
in
a
Vegas?
bunch of gut shots, really.
Try to.
Do you do Airbnb when you go there? You ain't booked it yet, have you?
No, I'm not
Actually,
booked it.
Mark with
Probably
the
just stay on
double
the strip, I
gutter
Yeah.
I imagine the
could
best
argue that
Airbnb is
he
probably all gone
flopped
now.
past her.
We'd be playing like ridiculous.
Yeah, it'd be silly, I think.
Frenchie overcoming here with the gut shot, 2 overs and the ace of spades, crucial card in hand. And look at this, run like Frenchie, turning the best hand.
3 months ago.
Oh, did you? Yeah. So you're taking the family out,
Yeah, that's a pretty nice thing when you feeling the
6 weeks I'm out there, so I missed the kids.
their gut shot there. I mean, did have, of course, overcards and the backdoor nut flush draw, plenty going on, but that ace is pretty nice. And now we have Kevin representing the ace.
Yeah, that's nice. That.
Ones, 2 ones, just turning 1 like in a couple of weeks. So
It's a nice way to do it, that.
yeah. Not looking
Unfortunately,
forward to the travelling, to be honest.
sorry, I thought he was chucking his cards in there, Charlie, but it was a flag.
The place we've
Of
got
course,
like Portuguese, like nice
Frenchie
big villa and
with
that's
those pair of aces that Kevin is trying to represent. Mark still with the double gutter, just find the call.
Not just the baby.
which one's a baby? Really?
That was missed for Mark and for Kevin. And Frenchie with a lock on the hand and the check mark,
You get it so cheap.
unless he is made to fold.
Kevin got no way to win this hand if he doesn't put some chips into it, and he's going to go for it. And he bets 2.1k, and now Frenchie in a very difficult spot. Having the ace of spades not going to be so good here. It's a card that he's going to want his opponent to be bluffing with. And honestly, like, not too sure what Frenchie's going to do here. After he checks back the turn, he has under-repped his hand.
Actually, he didn't check back. He's in position.
Does make the call.
Yeah,
And there you go. A
A
nice pot
call,
going in
'cause
Frenchie's
certainly
direction.
a tricky spot there for Frenchie. Not beating anything other than a bluff. Does sniff it out though, especially also with a player behind him.
Is it like a team thing, or is it?
Be pretty pleased to take that one down. And Kevin with a pretty ballsy
I
bet
believe
into
you.
2 players on this board.
Yeah.
But does get looked up with just the one pair of Frenchie.
Can't make it avoided.
Did it?
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ken, I've decided. When I grow up, I want to be you.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw it. You want to be big,
I want to be
Just turn
Kevin.
them all over in 10 seconds. Yeah.
Well, I can give you the name of my dietitian.
Yeah.
I've started and I've realised there's one more. Shit. Once I turn over, time's out. I did it the second go, so until I win it.
He's crushing. He's just lost a big one. He's still up chunks. He's crushing us.
What are you saying, Ali?
You just pulled me off.
Ali, Come give me Ali. Come give me a lucky shoulder rub. Give me a lucky corn. I need something to turn our fortunes. Yeah. Mental game coach. Not at the minute.
Mitch is just folding queens on jack-eye boards.
I'll do it again, to be honest.
Don't worry, Paul, we're not going to let him live that. We're not going to let him live that down for a long time yet.
I thought you would have gotten to the live tiles. Can't be bluffing, can he? He can overplay his hand. He can do exactly what he does.
All I know is he didn't want to get kings in free.
Yeah. So like after knowing that. Yeah. Of course, yeah. That's why you fold, isn't it?
I think what he's doing is just there's no one to bluff it. And he couldn't have like king between the hearts or anything else.
You block it. Yeah.
And I think if you get ace king out, it's free. I thought he might just flat. It's slow play ace, so the king's brilliant.
Yeah, everything you're saying, like just one little thing that would have made me probably think about more. It's not nice call when you've got 2 outs. 20k.
Interesting to just hear the players discussing the hand that Mitch played earlier there where he folded queens on the jack-high board where his opponent had ace-jack. Didn't feel like he was beating too much. Didn't expect his opponent to jam the ace-jack, of course, in that hand. And Frenchie, after winning that nice pot off of Kevin, has 5s in his hands. Out of position to Jon. He's going to peel one up, it looks like.
So the Frenchie and Jon dynamic goes on, and they will see a turn card together here. That is a card that is going to be favourable for Jon.
Yeah,
and Jon's going to want to get in a lot of money to this pot now with the Jack-9. We could see some huge bets coming in here on the turn. Really wants to reduce that SPR and be able to get the most out of his hand. Looks like he's elected for 1100. And Frenchie, nothing he can do now with a pair of 5s.
Yeah.
So we've got about 30 minutes or so left on the stream. Please stay with us if you're watching. Just 30 minutes left, but plenty more action still very likely to happen at this table, as we've seen all evening. Just wondering if we might get one more confrontation between Kevin and Carl, the 2 deepest stacks on the table. Before the end of the evening.
Oh, okay. Oh, great. Oh, okay. Thanks.
A pretty decent looking flop here for Frenchie out of the straddle with top pair and a gut shot. It's like he took the lead on this board, favourable to his range, and does just take it down there and then. So we see here all stacks pretty deep except for Mark, who now is a little bit on the shallow side after that hand where he got jacks in against King Queen on a Queen high board, leaving him a little bit short stacked comparative to everybody else.
Sorry, I should have put my knife on. Keep forgetting.
So Frenchie isolating here out of the big blinds, but Kevin did limp a decent hand here in Ace Jack, so he is a little bit disguised. Eight, six deuce rainbow flop. Pretty likely to see Frenchie continue here. He does. And I would imagine that Kevin isn't ready to let go of this one just yet, given that his holding slightly disguised. Perhaps Frenchie wouldn't expect him to have too many ace-jack in this spot. But Kevin not going to really like to see that king on the turn, and that's possibly a good barrel candidate for Frenchie. Although he might be a little bit worried that his opponent might float flop with some king highs. Does though elect barrel, and it's going to be really difficult now for Kevin to continue. Does let that one go.
Yeah, I'll just call you tomorrow. I'll ring you. I'll text you or something. Yeah, that's right. 50 on me, yeah?
And it looks like Mark's had enough, James, and he's just moving it in for 1.8k
wow,
with the 8-9 off.
Well, I just took my eyes away for 2 seconds, and suddenly Mark's holding with the 8-9 off.
And coming towards the end of the stream now, this is what people are resorting to.
Yeah, he knows that opportunities perhaps will be limited to get his stack in, but still. Might find a little bit of a better spot than with the 8-9 off.
Raise.
Oh, here we go. He wants to get me back now, doesn't he?
One at a time.
And Carl Shaw clearly relaxed here, James. He's had lots of fun today. And look at this. He's just flicking it in for the extra bag now with the A6. Time to splash. And this time he's going to have a 30% shot as Carl Shaw. And it looks like we've got a graphics error here, James, because it's not took into account that this is Carl Shaw, so it's actually 70% in favour of Carl and 30% as Mark.
Yes. Yeah, that agency definitely
so
not incorporating the run good of the day.
Yes, so Mark with the 9s here. Gonna be having to find the 9 to beat Carl's A6. And if I know correctly, there's an ace behind these 3 cards.
Oh,
I was wrong, but Carl has still got more outs now. 4 cards to hit any of the remaining 8s. Only an ace for Carl can save him. And it's not enough. Nines both up, and Carl Shaw departs with another bag. But happy to do so. I think James is having a fantastic session today.
Yeah, he seems to be pretty happy with his winnings and is willing to gamble a little bit
Is that 25 on me again, yeah?
in these kind of spots.
Not yet.
Trying to be good for the game. Wants to get invited back, I would imagine. Charlie. And sometimes you have to give a little bit of action in cash games of this nature. Which it's fair to say that Carl does. And looks like Frenchie wants to give a little bit of action here as well, making a fairly loose open with the King 8 off in the cutoff. But he's going to run into Jon, who has the tens in the small. Oh, actually though, it's Mitch that is first. He is he's opted to 3-bet the Queen 5 suited here.
Yeah, so Frenchie with an easy open with the King 8 off in the cutoff. Mitch putting on that pressure. It's the first time we've seen Mitch get out of line so far today. And Jon McCann understanding the late position 3-bet dynamics here.
Mark's going to find another spot to get his
wow,
chips in
this
here.
is insane. So Jon McCann recognises that he can safely 4-bet this hand against late position aggression. And Mark just finds a clear 5-bet ripping ace king. And Jon gonna have to call this one off. And we are at the races for a little bit more adrenaline before it's time to go. Jon McCann needing to fade aces and kings.
Looks like they're running at once. So here we go.
And Jon McCann's going to be loving this. Only 6 cards to fade at the moment. That was a little bit of a sweat. And now with an 88% chance of winning. Oh, he's been riveted. So sick. And just like that, James, 88%, not enough. 6 cards working for the AC Kingy, and bang, Barry on the river.
Yeah, that's it, the Barry Greenstein. Smack in the face from Mark.
And it's safe
and
to
he
say,
spun that 2K up pretty swiftly. We saw him all in with the 8-9 off a few minutes ago, and suddenly he's got 8.5K in front of him.
Yeah, James, you have got a feel for Jon McCann in this session. He's definitely not ran the best. He's put on a display, you know. He's definitely shown off his post-flop capabilities here, but in the times where it's gone out of his hands, it's not all gone in his favour, James.
No, Jon certainly owed some Sklansky dollars in tonight's game, that's for sure. He's run a little bit bad in all-in situations.
That's exactly what you want. Thank you. Set 5 to 5.
But yeah, it's played very well, certainly, this evening. Maybe had that spot with the Jack 8, that was a tough one. But yeah, other than that.
And James, I'm gonna have to pause you there a moment. Just refer back to the chat box. We've got Sam Clark Poker in the house, very popular UK cash game streamer. He says, I just found out about this and the quality of the stream is unreal. Sam Clark, thank you very, very much for your kind words. DTD, definitely a work in progress. Getting the streams up and running again. This is Cash Game Series episode 5. 10, 25, 50, no limit hold'em. We'll potentially be seeing Sam at some point in one of these games. That would be nice. And anybody wanting to catch up on some poker vlogs, Sam Clark is very much your man. He also says, the UK has been crying out for something like this. How do I get a seat? I had a feeling that was going to be the next question, Sam. Anybody looking on getting involved in one of our lineups has got to head over to Ryan Brodsky. You can find him on Facebook. He's the DTD card room manager, and he is basically sorting out the list for the games. And as long as you're willing to have a splash about and give some action, which I'm very sure that you are, maybe we'll be seeing you in the spotlight very soon. So nice to see you are on board, Sam Clark. Luke Grant says, good commentary once again, guys. Thank you very much. Much love to you, Luke. Appreciate you tuning in. Still not over yet. Still plenty of action to go ahead. And tonight has been a very capable lineup with a good mix and a good gel of players. Some styles definitely clashing and producing some of the greatest action for us that we've seen so far on this series. You are live with me, Charlie Reed and James Atkin. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to watch this one back, to be honest, Charlie. You know, I'm a little bit vain, and I do like to listen to my own voice sometimes. So
you'd never have guessed. You'd never have guessed, James. You're famous, James. Make sure you show the family, yeah.
Yeah, I did sort of show them a little bit, but they just think I'm talking gobbledygook and I have no idea what's going on, so not too interested. Probably not too wise to influence my young children to poker just yet. Maybe one day.
Right, James, I'm going to tell you something now. As long as the police force aren't watching, we should be safe. So, my dad introduced me to poker at the age of 6. He'd be sometimes
really?
he'd be playing tournaments, and he'd be on the break and he'd go for a quick shower or something, and then he'd tell me to basically monitor the screen for him while he goes away, and then there you go. I learned how to call, how to fold, how to raise. I mean, the advanced strats I kind of picked up myself when I became a legal age, but yeah, poker's been around for a long time for me already in my short-lived career. I was competing in home games, you know, before I even reached double digits and stuff. So yeah, quite interesting story behind that one for a book one day potentially, James.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's interesting, you know, because my son's 13 now, and I was just been wondering about whether poker might be something good to introduce him to. Just you know, there's lots of good things about poker, right? It's great for maths.
Let's just remember, James. Yeah, of course it is great for the GCSE maths, but we don't know who's watching, so we do not promote any way, shape, or form underage gambling, guys. Let's get that one.
No, but I mean, you can still play like poker when you're under 18, as long as you're not gambling, right? It's still,
James, back to the action. Kevin's got 10-8 suited. Frenchie's got the
we need to pick our tangents a bit carefully, don't we?
And Frenchie flopping best here. Not a lot going on for Kevin. Frenchie's flopping top pair with a 6 kicker.
You know what I mean? Like, no one wants to just spew it all up on camera. Wait till
and
the
Kevin's
go
coming
up.
out for the bet here. Frenchie's going to be going nowhere. Top pair with, you know, he can make the top 2 pair. The 6 comes out. Some backdoor potentials there as well. Going to be proceeding in this hand is Frenchie. And
about 10 minutes to get in profit.
Not surprised to see Frenchie just calling there. No merit in raising with this hand. Frenchie not going to be liking that card too much though, but neither is Kevin. Both players definitely capable of holding a whole host of flushes here. And Kevin has decided he's not got hearts, he's got diamonds, and he's coming in for a second bet.
Yeah, Kevin, not afraid to fire off sometimes in these situations, is going to put Frenchie to the test here.
Right, so
it's a tough spot here for Frenchie.
What about you?
Interesting to see.
Find the call though.
Interesting to see that Frenchie has not looked over at Kevin yet for any sort of read until now. He must have heard me, the lad, looking over at Kevin, trying to pick something up potentially. And now here's Kevin on the river with 10 high, waves the white flag, and Frenchie is brave enough to hang around Showdown and scoop in a 1.5k pot, James.
Yes, nice turn call from Frenchie. Probably aware that Kevin is quite capable of blocking these kind of spots. We have seen it a couple of times this evening. Felt like his hand was strong enough to continue, and yeah, he was correct.
Could be good, could be bad. He might be winning, and that's why they play it. Or might have done it and left. It's like a 6 schedule in Vegas for Wadey, like all the seniors.
So just about 15 minutes left on the stream this evening, so just about enough time to brew up a Horlicks if you're so inclined.
At the win. No, at the win, I think. I don't know, but Wadey must be the favourite to win that. You are? He might have played
Starting to look a
anyway,
little bit
just
tired, is Carl Shaw. Maybe a little bit tired of winning money, James.
Yeah. No, that's it.
Yeah,
He's had
I really feel for Carl Shaw. He's got it tough tonight. Only winning 10k in a short session of poker. And here we go. Jon Whetton coming in with a 3-bet with the ace king off. Some hijack versus button action. Now John probably going to just get out the way here, you know, recognising that he's going to be crushed to a 3-bet range, but John, recognising that the stream is ending soon and decides he wants to test Jon Whetton with his post-flop capabilities. Hanging around is John, and looks like he's swapped the flush draw, I think, James.
Yes, but with the 10 rather than the ace. So not the most spectacular flop from his perspective. Especially when Wets fires out.
And now
pretty big here.
Yeah, this bet size, James, I'm not too sure how often Jon Whetton gets to choose this size. This is a dynamic board that can change a lot. I'd have liked to have seen John choose a small bet size or maybe incorporate some checks. Is going to get the job done, but when you're playing such deep stack poker, I'd like to have seen Jon Whetton proceed with a little bit of caution there, especially against such a capable post-flop opponent in Jon McCann. Does take down the healthy pot, and Jon Whetton moving himself up to a 14.2k stack. Uncontested there, flopping best with the ace king, top kicker. And he really does have that fearless style, post-flop, does Jon Whetton. Sure, John will have his reasons for sizing up on the flop there. Maybe he thinks there's less chance of Jon McCann playing back at him if he does size up, but in theory it's a board where you want to be using some checks and some small bets. Don't get to go too big on those dynamic boards. Gets the job done this time though.
Yeah, it's probably just somewhat fortunate. His opponent had a hand that couldn't really continue.
Yeah, I'm sure facing a smaller size, James, John might have called. He'll run off with a 10 of clubs in hand.
Yeah, it actually kind of worked out quite well for him in this hand, didn't it?
Yeah,
it's
definitely by no means a loss for Jon Whetton to fold out a hand containing a club. Not much longer to go in tonight's stream, guys. Just want to thank everybody once more for joining us on today's 10:25 No Limit Hold'em cash game action at DTD. And one last time to remind you all of what's going on at DTD over the next couple of weeks. The APAT is currently on in the background here. Tournament schedule on this week for the Amateur Poker Association Tour. Next week, WPT 500 is returning to Dusk Till Dawn as well. That's going to contain 2 high rollers, 2 1Ks. 100k guarantee prize pools and main events with a £560 buy-in with a $500,000 guarantee. A really nice chance to get your hands on a trophy and a very, very healthy payday. Stream schedule for Dusk Till Dawn next week on Wednesday. We're going to be having a cash game, and the day 2 of the WPT the following Monday, I think, we're going to be doing a tournament stream as well. So plenty more cash games and tournament streams as far as Dusk Till Dawn is concerned. Vegas coming up. Not too sure what the stream schedule is going to be during that period. As soon as DTD have more information, head over to the DTD live page on Instagram and Dusk Till Dawn Facebook. Contact Ryan Brodsky. I'm sure he's going to be the man that knows everything, as he always is. What a great card view manager that guy is, and a great person as well. And yet, James, so far tonight the action has been plentiful. This is Cash Game Series episode 5. Anybody want to track the action in the previous episodes, you go to DTD live page, subscribe to the YouTube channel, all the action is there. James, tonight really has lived up to its expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a lot of massive pots, especially in the early stages of the stream. It's been action galore. I'd be very interested to see the highlights package for this session, because there's been an awful lot of hands that have had big pots and interesting action. So definitely something to check out if you missed the early stages of the stream. Look out for the highlights. Shout out to Charlotte, who takes care of such things, pieces it all together. But yeah, plenty to plough through this evening, that's for sure. And looks like this one's just going to check the Showdown. All players kind of have some decent Showdown value here.
Yeah, really nice, James. The DTD now providing that competition with as far as the stream goes. So many people that work incredibly hard behind closed doors to make this possible and improve it week by week. Make it an enjoyable experience for not only us, the viewers, the players at the table, everybody involved. So much money and time has been invested into this, and it's a stream that could really go far if you like, James. It's been an absolute credit to be a part of it. Really grateful, and what an incredible cash game series this has been this far.
Yeah, completely agree. Poker streams certainly
I don't know if
are something that are very popular at the moment, and it's nice to get a UK one out there in the mix.
Yeah.
And great to see the improvements week on week. The backroom staff working tirelessly to tweak things and make it as good a product as we possibly can. And I think we're seeing that tangibly each week. Just tweaking those little things that we can make better, and eventually we should have an excellent product here that we can stream from dusk till dawn on a regular basis.
Gonna just jump back into the action here, James. Here's some chance to see some form of aggression from Frenchie in position here. So Mark opening the hijack with the 10-6 suited. Frenchie's coming with the 3-bet in position with the Jack-9 of diamonds. Some decent post-flop playability there. And Mark did continue pre-flop with the 10-6 suited. Getting a little bit loose as Mark now coming towards the end of the night. This is going to be a board where Frenchie doesn't need to bet too big on this board. It's going to smash his range here. Expect to see a small continued size from Frenchie. And nothing for Mark to continue with there. So Frenchie electing for just south of a third there on that flop. Just north of a quarter, sorry. And enough to get the job done. Lots of good turn cards to battle on there as Frenchie, and a flop that is going to smash his range there in the 3-bet pot. Can definitely fire some future streets, and nothing for Mark to continue with. And Frenchie picks up the 3-bet pot. They're on the flop.
Yeah, nice little session for Frenchie it's turned out to be. Came in as a stand-in.
Yeah, in for 5 bags, and now just playing just north of 11 bags. Really nice to see Frenchie having a good session. And really nice to see him with a haircut as well, actually, James.
Yeah, you're gonna have to dig out some pictures of Frenchie from
honestly,
a couple of weeks ago. I think.
If you want to see Frenchie pre haircut, just go to Google Sideshow Bob, and there you go. There's your man. And the clubs are all over the place here. Carl's feeling a little bit Dolly Parton. 9 and 5. And then John with the Queen 8 suited. Diamonds are forever. All the songs are coming out here, James.
Yes, I like the references.
And we could be getting some Red Sky at Night Shepherd's Delights coming out as well.
Well played, sir.
Unfortunately, we don't get to see a river. Any rabbits dealer? Not available to supply by request. And there you go. That's how deep this game has got tonight. Looks to be about 85 to 90k on the table at the moment. The game did start with about 40, 45k, so you can see a lot of money has been injected into this cash game. Really has been an enjoyable experience to watch, guiding everybody through today's action. It's been lots of fun. Thanks a lot for getting involved in the chat box, giving us some topics to talk about, and keep it fun, you know, kind of come off on a tangent away from the poker and just talk about life in general and Vegas coming up and poker in itself and remembering Doyle Brunson. Lots of topics worthwhile talking about today. And what a stream it's been. We expected it to be a fun one, and definitely has this expectation once more. This cash game series just gets better and better by the week. And back to it again, we've got 2 premium holdings. Frenchie's got the suited ace king, Mitch coming in with a 3-bet with the pocket 9s. And now playing this deep, it's going to be interesting to see whether Frenchie takes the aggressive approach, comes in with the 4-bet, or does decide to just call with the ace king. Interesting to note that this is a pot about 170 big blinds effective, so Frenchie will be incorporating some flats with the ace king. Does decide to put ace king suited into his 4-bet range, really putting Mitch Johnson to the sword here with his ace and king blockers, and he could be about to see a huge pot going off here.
Yeah, and you've got to think that Mitch is probably deciding between ripping it all in. Does he ever find a fold in this spot?
Yeah, I think all options are available to Mitch here.
Yeah, I was
James.
about to say, I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think folding would be absurd. If you think Frenchie's going to be 4-betting incorrectly and only have a tight range, then folding would be absurd. But Frenchie definitely a capable player of having some 4-bet bluffs, some ace-5 suiteds that Mitch can be dominating. And now it's going to be a bit of a tricky spot. And Frenchie, I expect, will be c-betting small in the spot. Probably somewhere around a quarter. Really got the kings, queens and aces advantage here, so I don't expect Frenchie to be checking. Lots of good cards to continue battling on the turn as well. And depending on size, Mitch may not be going anywhere on the flop. SPR just over 1. Going to be really interesting to see what happens on this flop. At this stage, really tough to predict the winner of this hand.
Yeah, I played a Hold'em tournament with you.
Yeah, I think you're right that we're most likely to see a c-bet and probably a call from Mitch, and it's just going to be dependent what that turn card is. If it's a heart.
I remember I much. I was like, who's calling? He's like,
Queen 10 would be interesting cards as well. Obviously, an ace or a king would favour Frenchie.
Ali G has said, sup guys in the chat. Welcome Ali, if you're just joining us now. You're currently watching Mitch Johnson in the tank, trying to figure out which way is better to proceed with the 9s. And he is going to call and give Frenchie some rope and try and figure out what's going on the turn.
Right, here we have 7k in the middle. Mitch with just 4.5k behind, so will all the money go in on the turn?
Oh, look at this. Frenchie's found a way out. And Mitch Johnson is going to be absolutely vomiting at this turn card. And now Frenchie's going to just move it all in and hope he gets a call out of some sort of hand. Going to be pretty tough for Mitch to have a calling range here.
it's a big pick up that if you get it through as well.
Yeah, not a great card for Mitch to see, to say the least. And he had correctly continued in this hand up to this point, but now going to be facing most likely a turn jam here, and just nothing he's going to be able to do with 2 red 9s. It's going to be a disappointing end to the stream for Mitch.
And now,
we
just get the chance to see, does he say it in French or in English, all in?
Thinking about what to do, and I just said to him, just don't call me with bad hand, please.
And now, Frenchie, this is your time.
Oh God, it's straight away.
Just kept my mouth shut, you would have ordered.
Not wanting to give away his hand and you know, make an obvious action, make it look like he's considering his options, but I think we can assume that he is going to move all in here.
On his day off before playing the main event, you went and played cash in the black.
Can't imagine that he's going to check.
Must just love the game.
Although he is just betting small, it seems like. That's interesting. I mean, it is a favourable card for him.
Very interesting here. So Frenchie decides to fire turn for 20%. Maybe you take this line as bluffs, you know, some hands that don't feel confident shoving, just trying to get Mitch to fold out and can potentially give up some rivers. As we can see here, Frenchie is trying to milk out the absolute lot from Mitch. And now Mitch is just in a horror spot. Like,
Yeah, I have to say I quite like it. It does give you a little bit of manoeuvrability with some bluffs potentially, and it does look like Mitch has now found a call that he probably would not have found against an all-in.
and now for Mitch to call, he's got to be right, like such a small percentage of the time, like sub 20% of the time, not even that, less. And honestly, in a world of hurt now, and now with the SPR, Frenchie's going to just have to move all in. We don't want to give Mitch a chance to check back a worse hand. Can definitely get caught by worse here. We want to be moving in the rest of the chips now as Frenchie. And Mitch is going to have to decide whether it's worth putting in 2.7k to win what's going to be one of the biggest pots of the night. And very, very shortly, we're not going to be seeing any 20% sizing from Frenchie. Well, we actually are because of how much is in the pot. But Frenchie now is going to be moving in the rest of the chips.
Oh wow, he checks. Okay.
Oh, well, this is interesting.
I mean, now okay, it just checks down. I mean, the board, yeah, it was a spade on the river.
Yeah,
possibly
it's
a trappy style check as well, maybe.
Yeah,
from,
maybe.
Frenchie.
Like I was saying, James on the turn, maybe Frenchie would bet really small with some of his bluffs that aren't quite comfortable to move all in, that don't have that much equity, like an ace-5 of hearts kind of hand, if you like. Maybe just trying to encourage Mitch that he can get some things to fold there. I don't know. It's something that I'll have to ask Frenchie later, but there you go. A huge pop from Frenchie, in for 5k, now playing 16.4k. Joined in the stream late, having an absolute dream of a session as Frenchie. And who's to know, maybe could have got another 2k out of Mitch there, but something we'll never know.
Yeah, and an interesting hand to finish off the session with Charlie.
Yeah, it looks like we are coming to the end. I don't think we've got any more hands, and that is it. So today's game has been a 10-25-50 at Dusk Till Dawn, Nottingham. It's time to sign out. It's been lots of fun. You've been guided through tonight by myself, Charlie Reed, and the amazing James Atkin. Your company is always the best, boss. Thank you very much for joining us. James, sign it off. Thank you for joining, guys.
Absolutely, it's been a pleasure. Thanks, Charlie. Cheers, guys.